embarrassing.
You've gone and rescued. How very quaint. Very well. I am Egon, a knight of Karim. I am allied to you for his and own. What's the matter? I am allied and
Bastard's curse.
This game runs so smooth for me. That's probably why I like it so much. How do I get up there? Like, do I have to just snipe it? No, wait, right? Okay. don't even know what to do here.
I finally found you. Just as I promised, Grandad. Remember? Good night, Grandad.
It's a bit confusing. That's all I get. I looked it up because this place is huge. so Yo, I'm so bamboozled. Okay, +3. Okay, that's not even gonna work. Okay, let's just go right now. Holy fuck, this boss is tough. I do like no damage. And I wish I could heal more. Not gonna lie. I wonder if this is better. I don't think stamina is the problem I have with this guy. It's just I get caught in those fire attacks and it does so much. My god, this guy's so fucking hard. Oh my god, my heart is racing. All my flask. Pop one ember. Wow. I broke half my sword for that. Holy shit, dude. Let's fucking go. Yo, I can't believe I just beat the Dark Eater MIDIR. I struggle with that since I was like in high school. I had to like get people to help me, and even they couldn't even really beat it. It's just so tough.
Oh, I'm afraid I've involved you in my affairs over a little promise at my sincerest at last, but there, may I take a vow?
Sure.
Oh, I, Cirrus, do wherever, whenever my loyal blessing of the moon upon your journey.
It's nice.
Well, speak very well, then take farewell, Ashen One. May
What I normally have. Okay.
Aha, so.
Might as well just sell a bunch of these, right?
Ashen One. Well, speak very well, then take farewell, Ashen. May
Nah, after fighting MIDIR, dude, I'm ready to fight GAEL. Where am I going? If I'm not strong enough to fight him, I might just level up a bunch.
What? Still here? Hand it over, that thing, your dark soul, for my lady's painting.
Am I dead? Okay.
Is this the blood? The blood of the dark soul?
Um, am I cooked? What does this guy even do? Should be like the same moves, right? But with like an explosion or something. Why is it thundering? Come at me, boy. I'm cooked. Not bad for the first try. Not bad at all. Instead of this one, I'm gonna try to do. Dang, I try to get a cheeky heal. Okay. Okay, I'll be right back. That's really close. Oh my god, dude. Oh my fucking god. This boss is draining. It's draining me, bro. I'm learning its move. Sometimes my poise is, I think my poise is a little high where he like doesn't knock me back, so I can like roll out the second hit. Bro, try to do the last second burst, so I think that's the whole game. This guy is so freaking hard, bro. Wait, what do I even have to do though? Do I go back here? Where do you go after fighting Gale? Oh fuck, what happened here? Oh my fucking god. My bad.
My thanks, Ashen One. With this will I paint a world. Please tell me thy name. I will name this painting after thee. My thanks. I will paint a world of that name. 'Twill be a cold, dark, and very gentle place. And one day it will make someone a goodly home. I wonder when Uncle GAEL intends his return. I hope the new painting will be to him a gentle home. My thank of a cold one.
Welcome, speak. Very well, then taken. Let these thoughts return from my vessel. My farewell, Ashen One.
Ah, Ashen One.
Welcome, very then taken. Farewell, Ashen One.
This game is great. I've never beaten MIDIR like by myself like that, so quite the accomplishment for me. Yeah. I don't really know what else to play right now. Let's see who's streaming.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Evolve. We're playing as Elder Kraken in this one. We're on Orbital Drill against Val, Tech Hank, Maggie and Lennox for this one. No skins available unfortunately, but you know. Fellas, see these weather effects? Kraken is the melee focused version of the Krakens. He can still fly, but he has a slightly lower elevation and a shorter. Kraken is the melee focused perk of choice, so we will get this one kicked off. Elder Kraken is the melee focused cheering about 2 years ago, 1 every week at stage 1. so we don't want any interaction with the hunters if we can stop it. This is against bots, because obviously I can't actually play against players due to time zone issues. So they all have the defense buffs. We're probably just going to MIDIR because we've missed the window. Because this is actually a properly designed ASIM, I'm going to be punished for my mistakes, but we can still come back from this. Forgive the bots, fellas. The dome's got to nearly be coming out by now. There you go. Just get a bit more distance. Obviously, he does have a very short traversal. I think in this one we're probably going to be going straight to stage 3 in all honesty, because they do have the defense buff. So when we evolve, we do gain... I don't want to really face Maggie again, just in case everybody's coming back in. There is. It was everybody coming back. Okay. Bit of a shit situation, to be fair. We need to pressure Maggie here now, because she's going to probably get the revive on Lennox. We need to make sure Val is healing Maggie. There we go, it's fine. He's going to get her up, it's fine. We'll go for the medic now. I'm just trying to bevy the armour a little bit. You have the reach of that, because I'm the power roll.
This game looks so good, man. Yeah. Okay, that's enough Dark Souls 3 now. Wait, what? I was just chatting. Beating GAEL and MIDIR. Safe. Boom. This game just looks so good, man. I wish people would play it. Okay, they buffed it too late because I already fucking uninstalled the game.
Well, they did it. Roblox decided to double down on their decision to ban and threaten legal action against someone that was trying to keep their platform safer for children, a responsibility Roblox doesn't seem to want to do themselves, at least not in an efficient way. So the quick and dirty of it, if you don't know the lore, I'll give you the nutshell breakdown here. I made a video on it a couple days ago, but earlier this week, a YouTuber named Schlep just got permanently IP banned by Roblox HQ and threatened with legal action because he colored outside the lines here. He was a little naughty in the eyes of the Roblox corpo overlords, the fucking weasels in suits over there, those grease goblins. Apparently when Schlep was young, he was the victim of a bad actor on Roblox, and as he grew up, he wanted to do what he could to make the platform safer for children so they didn't have to experience what he did. And thus he started actively catching predators and has actually had a few of them even arrested. He is doing what he can to just try and make the platform safer. Roblox takes a huge issue with that. One of the big criticisms of Roblox that has existed for years is how poorly they handle predators on Roblox. They are very hands-off when it comes to safety. Basically, their philosophy boils down to the old Luigi method in Mario Party, where if you do nothing, maybe you'll win. But in this case, that is not happening. You see, their tactics here of basically just plugging their ears and closing their eyes and then wiping their ass with all of the reports that flood in, it's led to a massive issue with Roblox where there has been a very common occurrence of predators preying on kids through their platform. You've probably seen tons and tons of headlines about pedophiles through Roblox by this point. It's very clear that they are not efficient when it comes to handling this. So, the community has begun policing themselves, and Schlep was among those that were trying to do what they could to catch the predators and have them arrested, but it's not like they were going behind Roblox's back for it. Schlep was actively providing Roblox all of the evidence, all of the reports, even sending a physical binder to the Roblox headquarters, and still they sat on their hands, put their thumb up their ass, and spun around on it or something. I guess when the package arrived there, they must have treated it like the Unabomber was trying to reach them or something. Like, Schlep and all of these other predator catchers on Roblox are actively trying to go through the proper channels, so Roblox will be the ones to act on it, but they just haven't been, at least not enough clearly, because there's still a huge problem on Roblox with this. So, Roblox shut him down and threatened legal action. That has led to a huge shitstorm for Roblox, rightfully so. This has made headlines across the globe here. A wacky new development is apparently Roblox Corporation's chief safety officer, Matthew Kaufman, just sold over $800,000 worth of company stock shortly after the platform issued a cease and desist to Schlepp. Looking like a little panic over there at the HQ. Seeming like there's some holes in the ship. You don't often see the chief safety officer cash out that much stock in the wake of a huge debate about the safety of the platform that he is supposed to be managing and operating efficiently. Sounds like he's a little worried that people are more alert to how poorly Roblox itself handles safety in general. Another thing that happened is a congressman is also now making a push for Roblox to do more to keep children safe on their platform. It's gotten so big Roblox couldn't ignore it any further, so they put out a statement clarifying and doubling down on their decision to fight back against the vigilante groups, which is mind-boggling, just straight up fucking reflaffitating that they thought that this was somehow like a W, like a PR win here. We are fighting back against the vigilante groups. And then crickets when it comes to pedophiles. Why aren't you fighting the pedophiles? Why are you laser focused with the fucking crosshairs on the vigilantes that are fighting the pedophiles? Like, this is a wild hill to die on. We are sharing more information about why it was necessary to remove vigilantes from Roblox and the ways in which we review and act on reports of abuse on Roblox. While seemingly well-intentioned, the vigilantes we've banned have taken action that are both unacceptable and create an unsafe environment for users. I just need to stop right here and just take a pause. Schlepp and other vigilantes catching predators is not making the game more unsafe than it currently is by just having those predators running rampant with no one to stop them because you are not efficiently stopping them. Like, this is a crazy stance to take. Similar to actual predators, they often impersonate minors, actively approached other users, then tried to lead them to other platforms to have sexually explicit conversations, which is against our terms of use. Accurate, timely reporting from our community is important. Reporting through the appropriate channels, including our custom-designed reporting tools, immediately and with as much specific information as possible is the best way to help us remove bad actors from Roblox. These reporting tools are designed to capture key metadata and details that cannot be captured from an email or screenshot and enable faster, more efficient reviews and more thorough reporting to law enforcement when warranted. I'm going to take another break here real quick. When does that go live? Because that's definitely not live right now. Like, what do you mean? Like, that is the biggest problem. Everything you're saying right there is absolute gobbledygook. Like, that's just mumbo jumbo. You're just saying words that aren't real. That is the big problem. No matter how many times people are reporting these bad actors through your channels, there is no efficient, fast reviewing that leads to the person being, kicked off the platform. There's so many cases of predators who have literally been arrested that still actually have their Roblox accounts live. Like, what are you talking about? That is blatantly false. And that is the issue. You can say you have all these tools and that you take in all of these reviews, but there's nothing that really shows that. It doesn't seem like if that is the case, it's made any difference. Maybe you need to overhaul that, or maybe you need to beef it up or something. Maybe you should work with the vigilante groups instead of vilifying them, because they're doing a better job at getting the predators captured and taken off the platform than your systems are. I don't know why you view the vigilantes as enemies. Again, I can understand in general why vigilantes could be a bad thing, like on a broad scale, but when the company isn't doing things to ensure the safety of the users, well, vigilantes are super necessary to step in to do it for them, to keep the platform safe, because you are just not doing your job. Like, it makes no sense to me that they would be so combative with someone like Schlepp, where they'd cease and desist, ban him, and then threaten legal action. You could work with him. Why don't you guide him through the proper channels? He is doing a good service by getting these predators arrested. It is something you are not doing enough of.
You avoid trouble. with fair warning. Choose Chrome with built-in malware protection.
We realize that no platform is perfect, but we prioritize trust and safety because it's core to what we do as a company. It doesn't really seem like you prioritize it, by the way. It seems like your CEO is prioritizing trying to turn it into a fucking dating site for 17 plus, which, again, by the way, is a really weird age where he's trying to pitch a 17 plus dating service to a company, Roblox, so it'd be half gaming and half dating. It seems like that's the focus, because Dave fucking Bazooki here, the CEO of Roblox, can't stop yapping about it. It doesn't seem like the priority is trust and safety. That's all I'm saying. This is an area where we invest heavily and are always innovating. Helping keep our users safe is a critical part of our vision of connecting a billion people with optimism and civility, and is a strategic imperative for our creator community. And then just a bunch of blabbering here, all of which it doesn't seem to be true. Again, I understand they can't wipe them all out instantly, but it's clear that reports are falling on deaf ears. Like, there are predators, real predators, like with irrefutable evidence that Roblox is not acting on. So there is a problem here, and it doesn't seem like they're doing enough. Then they go on to talk about like just how many messages and how many users are on Roblox. Again, I understand there's millions and millions and a lot to go through, a lot to comb through. Which is why, again, I don't understand why they wouldn't be extending an olive branch to the vigilante groups who are clearly doing a good job at catching real predators that are on their platform. Roblox is missing them in a lot of cases. I don't know why.
Why did you move the shower? Drunk people. This is why I don't like them.
Oh god. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm so Wait, I don't recognize you. Who are you? What's up, Toast?
Yo, is my mic
What up,
working?
dog? Yeah, I
Yeah.
can hear you.
What are you guys laughing about?
I
You
was
just look
laughing
really
because
drunk.
I'm drunk. I'm drunk as fuck, and I somehow, while inside the doghouse, managed to move the shower, and I don't know how I managed to do that. Don't go in there. You can't get out. Don't go in. No.
You have to press
Yo,
B, and then when you're out, scroll wheel out of B, so you don't move the doghouse.
Dude, you guys sound like sober. You guys sound like sober, upstanding, law-abiding citizens.
No, I just have a headache.
Oh, I'm sorry if I'm contributing to the worsening of your headache.
You are.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
yo, are we just stuck here?
Oh,
Yeah,
come with
y'all
me.
are just
Oh
y'all are
my.
just in there now.
Get out! Oh my god, you're all in. Oh my god.
All right, thanks, dude.
It is not that hard.
Dude.
Watch me, watch me. Ready? 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 Ready?
Okay, I was literally doing
Easy to
that.
do that, huh? See? Good job. Garfield can do it. Why can't you?
I don't know.
Cause
Come
we're
with me.
fucking
Look at these. Look at these.
stupid. What do you mean? Why can't we? We're fucking.
These are my children. Don't touch them. I don't know how to put them back. I said don't touch them.
Oh my god! Look at this
Put it,
little.
him. Wait, is that the him? Is that the her? That's her. Put Patricia down.
Okay.
That's Patricia. This one's Lloyd, and this one's Telemachus.
How do I?
You can't put him back. Put him on the chair. It's fine. They like the chair.
Okay.
Oh god. Oh god. Uh-oh. I made a mistake. I made an oopsie.
Okay, so Patricia is now in the chair.
Okay.
Which one's
There's that. That one is Telemachus, and this one's Lloyd.
So Patricia is the one that's furthest towards
Yeah,
the
furthest
backrest.
back. She's the
middle one
$70
is
one.
the
Middle
middle
one
one
is
is Telemachus.
Telemachus. Put the
Telemachus.
What
pickles
the
back in the
fuck?
shower.
Yeah, don't touch the pickles. They care about their pickles. They need them for later.
My bad. How do I drop stuff again? What button do I press?
G.
G.
Okay, thank you.
So it's Patricia, and then Telemachus, and then what
And
else?
Lloyd.
Wow,
Lloyd.
they're
Okay.
beautiful.
Lloyd. I know. I gave birth to them.
Dude, I want to stroke their little antennas that they got on the
Don't.
top of
Please
their
don't
heads.
say it like that. They're not antennas. They just have beaks. Oh, that's not an antenna. That's just like their mohawks.
I wanna stroke their mohawks gently while
Please
they
don't say it
fall
like that. You sound
asleep.
like a
Oh,
predator.
dude, I can talk about petting my fucking dog while he's watching true
They're not
crime.
dogs. These are my children.
Those are not your what the fuck
I
did you
gave
have
birth to
sex with?
them.
Dude, what entered your legs to create specimens that look like this?
That's for me to know. Okay,
Dude, it
do you
looks
guys
like
want to go somewhere expensive? Because that's the only place that's like not. Doesn't everything
I'm
wrong with
drunk.
it.
Dude, I'm drunk as shit. So you can take me anywhere. I'll have a good time. I guarantee.
Yeah, I'll
Let's
try.
go
I'll try
to
my best.
Eclipsed. Um, we can either go to Eclipsed, Flooded, or one of the expensive ones that
I'm
have
gonna I'm
nothing
gonna
wrong with.
fucking swallow your oxygen tank that's on your back right now.
You're so odd.
I am an odd little guy.
Okay, we're going to Titan. Try harder.
I'm a funky
Did I
little
not try
fresh
Titan?
man.
Hello. There we go.
Dude,
That's where you are.
your antenna look like reverse titties, dude. Looks like real big nipples except
Put
small
the bee
tits.
suit on. We wear the bee suit here.
I don't really see it.
Toast Garfield, you see that shit, right?
I don't really see it.
I
That's what
don't
I was
see
just thinking.
anything.
Look at the antenna. It's like
Smells like a cheese ball.
It's like Mia Khalifa if she had like six nipples and like
What is wrong with
C
you?
cup tits. A lot. Honestly, a lot is wrong with me.
I see the cheese ball. Yeah.
Yeah,
Y-
the cheese ball. See, that's what I'm saying. It's a cheese ball.
I don't see the cheese.
How do you? Oh my god.
I'm taking a shot. I'm taking a shot. I'm taking a shot.
I don't think you need any more, but you know.
Okay. Okay. Nice.
Oh,
If it makes y'all
this
feel
guy's
better,
interesting.
I'm drinking Benmark Single Bourbon. It's 95 proof. It's not
It doesn't.
terribly strong.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not seeing doubles just yet. Okay,
Yet.
so for all the weird shit that I've said in this little Lethal Company sesh so far, one thing that I know very intimately is alcohol and how it can
Are
fuck
you
with
gonna
my
start
system.
saying slurs?
No. Dude, I've been blackout drunk like 6 different times on multiple occasions, and apparently I can't
I
even
don't.
bring myself to say the N-word when I'm blackout drunk. So,
I
the
think
most
that's
I'll,
a good thing.
dude, seriously, the most okay, so y'all know the F slur?
Yes, I like to say that one. I'm allowed to.
Okay, so the most I've ever said while blackout drunk is faggot, and that's literally it.
Oh
Dude.
wow, so nonchalant.
Well, yeah, I'm already kind of drunk, and
Oh my god.
well, see, the thing of it is, like, get retard. When I say that shit, I don't mean it as
He's just really not good at not. He just keeps contributing to my headache, and it's not helping. And he keeps drinking as
Damn,
well, and
dude.
it's not fun.
That's so mean. He's probably like, oh my god, where did?
Hello.
Bee suit.
Oh, no bunnies?
Yo.
No bunnies. I'm sorry. Thank you. Okay, are we ready to go to Titan?
Yep.
Are you? Oh.
Buzz, 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 buzz,
Okay. Let's go.
buzz.
Bzzz. Bzzz.
Oh, the little shit. Oh,
Thank you.
nice.
Don't worry. Don't touch the children, and do not sell the children, please.
Just warning. If I DC, like, yeah, I kept DCing like the last couple months, so I just decided to
Yeah,
hop
I
back
do.
on and
I see
try.
that a lot.
Yeah. If I DC
Well,
again, I'm
you're not.
probably just gonna uninstall, but I'm just gonna try it out. Here, I'll follow you. I haven't
Oh,
played in a while. I don't know.
me neither.
Are we supposed to follow the ropes?
Yeah, the ropes and the lights, but it's Titan, so it's not that far. But if we were playing like Brent or Dine, well, I don't know if Dine has. Depending on which
Yo,
server it's at, they
we
might have
already
lights.
separated from our homies.
Yeah, I'm probably
Alright.
gonna go to bed here soon because I just took like a lot of drugs.
Okay.
To clarify, I took like 3 Tylenol PMs.
Oh, I used to smoke a lot of weed, but I'm pretty sober now.
Yeah. Okay.
I never
Okay.
did Tylenol. I can't see anything.
Tylenol.
One's piped up
I
in the
just
corner.
typed in Tylenol.
Oh,
What?
okay, they're close by.
I can't see anything. It'd be great if there was switch or a D-pad. Um. Oh, whoopee cushion. Heh.
Yo, I saw a downstairs we could go to.
Oh, let me reload.
I thought you were about to kill me.
No, no.
Yo, I'm pretty
What
scared, not gonna
accidentally
lie.
dropped my.
Oh, okay. I thought that was a monster. Oh, there's this door here.
Oh, dead end. What's down here?
Yeah, this is the spot I saw.
Oh, give me those.
What's up?
Thank you. Give me that too.
Where's the other guy?
Thank you.
Is that a
Other
fire?
guy, where are you?
That's a fire exit, right?
Probably. Never really know.
Oh.
Oh.
Yo, what's up? Did
Where's
did
my
did he,
drugs?
did he die?
Where's my
Did that guy
drugs?
die? Uh,
He's still
just
alive. Don't ask how I know. I have my ways.
okay.
Oh.
Yo, I'm just following you.
I have a gun, and I'm not afraid to use it. I'm an American.
Land of the free, baby.
Not anymore.
I forgot. How do you do the scanning thing again?
Uh, the right click.
Oh, okay.
Oh, my safety is on. That makes sense.
Yo,
Because if you don't have it on and you pull it out, sometimes it'll just like shoot.
oh, okay.
I've done that a couple times. It was really funny. I've killed some people.
Lamau. Yo, I don't know
What?
where to go. I feel like we've been walking here like.
Me neither. But just we'll be fine. Just follow me, guys. Not this way. Follow me this way. Not this way. This way. Oh.
Okay.
Good job. Hold on. Oh. Just go through the fire exit. I'm sure there's a way to go. I mean, I know we just came through there, but you know what I mean.
What time do we go? What time should we leave? It's like 2:30 already.
Wait.
All right.
Try not too lost, I guess. Over here? We try to go? No. Damn. This.
I think we should be careful.
Ah, door! Door!
I think we should be careful. Yeah.
I'll defend you.
Okay.
That's what I'm here for. Bracken! I saw the beady eyes. You see the beady eyes? I saw the beady eyes. It's our beady eyes of Brack. You feel me?
No, I don't know what you mean.
The Bracken, the big black thing. I don't want to say the big black guy because that sounds big.
Oh, like it one-shots you?
Yeah, it snaps your neck and drags your body.
Okay. Yeah, I'm
So
good.
just make sure you look out behind you, but don't stare at it for too long if you stare at it.
Wait, are you saying there's one?
Just stop staring at it. There was one, yeah.
Okay.
It was a giant. Be careful. Let's not die. Little hack. You jump right here onto this light thing, and then you just swoop, swoop. Oh
Is
god, he's
it,
seeing me. Crouch.
is there fall damage?
I don't. Yeah, there is. You just gotta not. Oh god, he might have seen us. Don't
No.
move. We're gonna be okay. We can jump to the ship. Oh god.
Okay,
Oh
okay.
god. Oh god, he sees us. Go back up. Go back up. Burn. He's right there.
Wait, we're so high up. How does he see us?
You can't get us.
We're so high up. Oh, I see him.
You think I can shoot him? It's not gonna kill him, but I still want to shoot him.
No, it's. Oh no.
I missed.
No, I think it's fine. We outsmart him. We're gonna outmaneuver this guy.
Yeah, bro.
I think he's just looking
He's
right
telling
at
me when he
us.
turns around. Oh, never mind. Maybe go the other direction. Hello? Okay, when he turns around this way, come on. Come on, run, 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 run. Oh, there's a. I did.
What the fuck was that?
Where are my children? Oh, they're in right here.
Is that a robot?
That's everything I collected.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a robot. It will murder us all. Hell. How do I see everything? Oh, out there. Uh-oh.
Oh,
There's
that's
46 objects left and say log value. He dead?
yeah, I saw a red dot like around him.
There is a red dot right.
Okay, well, I don't know.
Oh my god, we're all gonna die. Anyway. Little hatchlings.
Sorry, loose goose. Yeah, you see that red dot on loose goose?
Yeah.
Well, it disappeared now, but that's something. What do you think we should do?
I think maybe we should not go back in there. It seems to be a threat. What time is it? 9. We need to go. Yeah. I'm starting the ship. Everyone get in. The robot is back. And the doghouse. Oh god, now I can't get out. Oh, I did. Stare at the back of Bracken too long.
How am I the most paranoid?
We didn't do very well, guys.
This game's retarded, man, I swear.
What happened to you?
I walked, saw the bracken right in the corner in front of me. I backed up like this, like barely a little bit. He stood up and then he still killed me.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Low-key L, bro. Okay, it's still clear. We're good to go. Everyone ready? To not die, guys? getting some flashlights because I want one because I would like to see.
Can you get ladder too? Because that'll help us to drop in instead of having to go all the way
Yeah.
upstairs. It'll save us a lot of time. A lot.
I agree with the flashlight. I
What?
I
Okay.
legit couldn't see anything.
Extension ladder.
I'm gonna go fire this
Oh,
time.
no.
I'm gonna hang left from fire.
Okay, I bought some things.
Oh,
Is this where my game crashed?
are you staying back to get stuff? Are you staying back to get stuff? Are you staying back to get
Huh?
stuff?
Oh yeah, I'll get the stuff. It shouldn't take long. I have
Oh,
the
nice.
mod. Yeah, there it is.
Eight a.m.
I'm going left, hanging left from fire.
Do you have a flashlight?
Someone take the ladder.
I don't know how to use it.
Here. Yeah, I don't really know what to do with these. I never buy them. But, you know, here we are. I'm just gonna leave them here, and the guy who wanted them will find them. You want a flashlight? I did buy some.
Okay, that's
Here's the
thank you.
needed. There we go. Well, I'm gonna leave my gun here too because it doesn't have any bullets in it. I trust these people. They'd never take my gun.
Uh, what do we do?
First, ladies first. Press the button. All right on top.
He thinks I'm a lady.
You are a lady.
Hello. Wait, you heard me?
Yeah, I was on top of the elevator. I kid, I kid.
Oh, I thought I had push to talk on this whole time. Okay. Alright,
Oh, cute.
it says keep out. Should I open it anyways?
Yes.
Yo, don't scare me.
Another cube. Okay, this is a pattern. I'm not liking it.
I think I heard some like noise, like some background noise.
Okay, we're gonna do great this time, okay, guys? Oh my god, I swear, I'm going to.
Here, I could hold something if you want.
No, it just keeps dropping out of my bag whenever I press E because the bag drop button is E. So when I click E to open the door, and then it drops my stuff out of my bag, and then, yeah. You get the drift.
Okay. Oh my god, we are separated from our team again.
It happens. Oh yes, this is what we need to find the caves. The caves where you're gonna do stuff. But be wary, there will be deadly things in here. If you see a little baby, white baby, with 6 legs, don't try to hurt it. He's friendly unless if you see him crying, then rock him, but don't rock him too much because then we'll probably get him murder someone. There's a turret right there.
What do we have to do?
For what?
For anything?
Oh, look for loot, and then I'll let you know after that.
Yo, there's nothing in here
Okay,
though.
we
Like,
gotta go this way, but avoid the turret.
yeah, like loot
Yeah, wait for
wise,
it to turn around. Oh god.
yeah, like loot wise, there's like nothing here. I feel like.
There will be. Hold on. Kraken! Again! Yeah, I found an $84 hairdryer. Mine was big. Oh god, don't get shot.
Oh god,
Be careful, there's a bracken wandering. Remember what I said about them? Don't
just
go in the water yet.
just don't look at him, right?
Yeah, look at him. No, look at him for a little bit, but don't look at him too long.
Yo,
Stop
co
puffing!
yo, yo,
Stop
yo.
puffing at me!
Yo, you good?
He keeps puffing! Under the wall. Oh god, he's gone. Come on, come under. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Absolutely not. Oh my god.
Holy shit! Oh! Fuck!
I hate that goddamn thing. I hate it.
Yo!
God, I hate that goddamn
Dude!
box.
There was only one way. I think we.
Box.
Oh my god. I actually got so scared.
If
Holy.
he, I'm just gonna end the lobby so I don't lose anything because I'm not losing
Okay,
anything.
GG's.
Because I don't want my children gone.
GG's, dude. I've never seen that thing. It says new creature detected.
Yeah. That spore thing usually doesn't hurt you unless you get too close. Which, like, it was, like, right there above the water. So, you know.
Oh my god. We bought the ladder for nothing.
Literally.
Yeah, I just felt like in a cave, like a gun would be super useful.
Yeah.
Oh, JJK is a W anime, by the way.
Thank you.
I wish they
I
would make
know.
more and like anime.
They're coming out with a new season next year, I think.
Wow. I really like the one that came out already, the first season, and the
Yeah.
movies.
Well, there's 2 seasons, but.
Okay, but I'm glad my game didn't crash though.
Yeah.
Oh my god, this guy's one-manning it. He's just absolute unit. Let's see it.
Like the rubber ducky leaves crazy. If he leaves now, I'm also just going to kill myself because I paid 500 for this. Too much, by the way. Ow. Oh god, he's gonna leave. Yep. Whatever.
Understandable though, not gonna lie.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, where are my teammates?
Dead.
Fucking dead,
Oh
yeah.
wait, yeah, no. If he went in there, he would have probably died eventually anyway. You know, Jack in the Box, but it closes if it doesn't notice anybody in the building after a while.
Okay.
Yeah, I watched a YouTube video on it. I know.
Okay, at least. Oh, okay. How am I the most proud of? Oh my god.
I hate it here. That's fine. Okay, more shower pickles. Oh my,
Aren't you
absolutely horridly.
aren't you restarting?
No, it's too late now. I would have had to do it like in the middle of like him leaving. But I'm a nice person, so I didn't.
Respect. So what do we do now?
We go to the company. Oh my god, I hate that thing.
What is that?
It's the mask. It makes ha 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 noises. At first I thought I was just schizo, but like, don't sell the children. Leave the children alone.
Of course.
We only sell one of them if it ever comes to the point where we are that broke.
Oh my god.
Desperate times call for desperate measures, and that includes sacrificing your children.
This is what people did back then too.
Yeah.
Sell them into labor.
I'm pretty sure people still do that. I have everything we need in my pouch.
I'm gonna get the key. Oh my god, I looked away for 1 second and everything was just gone. Yeah, I got some keys. Should I sell them?
No, you don't have to. We're good. Yeah. No, no, we're not. Oh my god, we have to sell the children. No, we can sell the pickle jars. We can sell the
What
pickle
about the
jars.
keys?
The keys are worth like $2. I don't even think they actually sell for that. They just how much they're worth. They sell for nothing, I believe. So, okay, we can buy more pickles. That should be enough, and if it's not, I'm just gonna kill myself.
Oh shoot, yeah, you're right about the keys.
That's okay. I'm willing to sacrifice Lloyd. And that's
Loose goose.
112. No.
It's okay, man.
No, 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 no. Oh, we have a large axle.
Oh, what the hell?
I don't know where that. I forgot about that.
Dude.
Don't do it. Don't. You will die. There will be tentacles. Oh, too late.
I I've tried that before.
It was enough. We have enough. Okay, no, we don't have to sacrifice the children. Can we get the teleporter?
Isn't this it?
I don't like the Bracken. I want to buy the teleporter. Man.
Wow.
We have the teleporter.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
No, I just hate this fucking game.
Oh, were you in the cave, Loose Goose?
Yeah, I was in the fucking
Yeah,
I'm about to lose my shit.
we saw the same guy in the cave. And we were like, yeah, we just couldn't do anything.
No, he was in front of me again. I literally saw him in the corner with my fucking medikit. And the motherfucker still fucking killed me when I walked back.
I guess the Bracken is that
Zeke's a
guy.
fucking cunt. Zeke's is a
Wait,
fucking
so
cunt.
this was the second time this has happened?
Yeah, it's the second fucking time. I think
You've
Zeke
got,
is a
you've
fucking
got,
piece of
I
shit.
think they've
Fuck
got a
Zeke.
problem with you.
Fuck Zeke. He's a fucking cunt.
Oh my god.
Burn in
Okay,
hell.
we can use our knife swords, guys.
Fuck you, Zeke. You fucking shitty ass game.
Oh. Yeah, take a nice
Yeah, I
shower.
need a cold shower to
Relax a little
fucking
bit.
die.
Oh, okay. Just don't beat the children. Don't beat the children because
Wait, so the Bracken is the one where you have to look at it and then look away?
Yeah.
Yo, this guy is getting shocked in the shower. Oh.
Sorry, I'm just releasing all my demons and stuff.
That's OP.
Yeah, I'm gonna get off now because I have a bad headache and I'm tired.
Alright. GG's. Have a great night.
Alright, cheers. Y'all have a good
Yeah,
night.
you
Take
too.
care. Send a
Bye.
letter to Zekers to tell him to fix this shit.
Well, that was actually really wholesome.
Why they wouldn't want to work with them. Again, as they mentioned here, they've got, fucking billions of messages that get across, billions of reports that swipe across their desk every day. Why wouldn't you work with the community that is actively trying to help you and help keep the platform safe? So now they talk about why they've decided to remove vigilantes. We have been monitoring vigilante activity on Roblox for some time. These groups began by reporting safety concerns, commenting on news about Roblox, and challenging us to do better. We appreciate this feedback and use these reports to improve our safety systems. More recently, vigilante activity evolved. Instead of just reporting on safety issues, vigilantes started impersonating children and actively sought to connect with adult users. Those conversations
I thought it was connected already.
and actively encouraged other users to connect on other social media and messaging platforms, thus bypassing Roblox's own safety systems. These were not one-off situations, and we saw the behavior accelerating across many accounts. This actively created an unsafe environment and normalized behavior that is both unacceptable on Roblox and is against our terms of use. Our policies prohibit directing other users off Roblox to another platform through chat and having/simulating sexually explicit conversations. These are serious policy violations that risk removal from the platform. Just reread your statement here, Roblox. You recognize that these groups were reporting all of this to you. And then you're confused on why they started doing more than just reporting. Could it possibly be because all of the reports they were sending your way for so long weren't leading to the predators getting kicked off the platform or anything? Could that possibly be the reason? Could you follow that trail of breadcrumbs of logic? Like, I don't know how they can be so delusional to not recognize the reason why it evolved beyond just reporting and then they started using, like, decoys to try and get more evidence is because you weren't acting on the reports. Thus, they gathered more evidence on these bad actors and turned it over to authorities who did act on it. The evidence was sufficient for the police to issue arrests and get the predators. But it wasn't enough for you guys to ban them or do anything, like the bare minimum, to protect children from these bad actors, these evil people. Like, I don't know why they're confused. They're making it sound like it's some kind of epidemic that spiraled out of control and Roblox was just doing everything by the book perfectly, when that's just not the case. The reason why it evolved so much is because you weren't doing enough. So the community started taking it upon themselves to try and act and do better and ensure the platform was a little safer for whatever they could do. They then have this section on the importance of accurate reporting going over, like, they needs to act in accordance with their policies and all of that, and then due to privacy considerations, we cannot inform users whether reports have led to consequences. But the thing about that claim is, to me it seems like they're trying to hide behind their numbers. Like,
What?
we get so many reports and we just can't inform you if, like, your report led to that person getting banned, but just trust us, it probably did. Like, we're actually, like, we're doing such a good job of getting them all banned. But the thing is, people aren't that fucking stupid. When you have found a bad actor, if you have found a predator and you're reporting that person, a lot of these people are following those accounts to ensure that they get banned because they are a danger to the community. And in a lot of cases, they're not getting banned. Like, they know that there hasn't been consequences. Whether or not Roblox is telling them, people can see for themselves when the accounts aren't banned. They then talk about how they actually go above and beyond. They work with law enforcement, following official legal guidelines around when it's appropriate to collaborate with them and provide information to help track bad actors across platforms to help keep users safe beyond Roblox. In 2024, they submitted 24,516 reports to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. They then say that on multiple occasions they found vigilante groups holding their reports to Roblox until after they had coordinated real-life meetups and built their own social media posts, and then explain why it's a bad thing about how waiting to report to Roblox or the relevant authorities means alleged bad actors can potentially remain on the platform longer, leaving the community open to additional risks of harm. And they close out this section by saying that they recognize the community's frustration with how they handle violative behavior outside of Roblox, but they can't always act on all of it because a lot of it's screenshots and other messaging applications that need to be independently confirmed, because without verification it would open up significant abuse and misuse and all of that, so they have to do their due diligence. Overall, this is them saying that they actually take the reports very seriously and that they actually do a lot to try to keep Roblox safe, even beyond Roblox. They then also claim that some of the vigilante groups are like making social media posts about all of these bad actors before even reporting to Roblox. Of course, I don't know if that's all true or not, very well could be. But the point still stands. There are a lot of bad actors on Roblox, even with all of the reports they act on and the ones that they report to the proper authorities. There is still a huge infestation of these evil people. And the vigilante groups, the ones that Roblox
Drawing
is
on all
fighting
aspects of
tooth
the
and nail
Great War,
against,
conquest.
whether they like it or not, they are making a difference in making the platform safer. Roblox can, submit all of these reports and do as much as they can, but as they showcase, they get so many and they can't go through all of them. They can't thoroughly investigate every single one. They can't analyze every single screenshot from every off-platform message. They know that. They do even hint at that. But these vigilante groups, in a lot of cases, do go the extra mile for a lot of these individuals, and it leads to them getting arrested and away from children. It takes the predator away from victims. It makes the platform safer. It's not something Roblox should be battling against so vehemently. I really just don't understand why they don't try and work more collaboratively with people like Schlep, or or Gideon who are actively getting these predators arrested. That's the big problem. Roblox isn't doing enough to keep children safe, and instead of like trying to find more ways of keeping predators away from children, instead they're trying to legally strong-arm vigilantes into silence and just leaving it all alone and letting Roblox handle it. Put their trust in Roblox, a platform that has repeatedly let down so many people when it comes to getting these bad actors taken off the platform and away from victims. But it is a problem that Roblox has done nothing to help with this statement here. This doubling down about this being like some kind of righteous fight against vigilantes is just so off the mark, it's crazy. They then spend a paragraph giving you a tutorial on how to report users, which is just completely useless. It's like giving you a tutorial on how to get ice cream at McDonald's. The fucking machines are broken. It's useless. Like, you can report people to when cows come home. It's not working. That is the issue. They then talk about their trusted flagger program. The close and trusted partners can report serious criminal activities such as terrorism, violent extremism, or child exploitation directly to Roblox. And the idea is that the trusted flaggers are something like Roblox puts a little weight on reports. The trusted flagger program, while it sounds good in theory, is actually highly neglected. And from what I've read from a bunch of people with this program in particular, it doesn't do anything more than just a normal report. It doesn't seem like they actually take into consideration the trusted flag more than it seems like Roblox would rather people just be completely ignorant to it, just silence on it, while it's still being in the background. Like, it doesn't seem like they care so much that the predators exist, they just care that people are talking about the predators existing. Like their priority is threatening legal action against someone who is victimized on your game and just a blanket removing all vigilantes type approach to things here is just nonsensical because the community is in a position where it needs those vigilante groups because Roblox hasn't done enough to protect them. It's just, it's
This game is pretty fun. I just wish there was more active server though. I like this one.
We are losing objective butter. Return to the combat area. We have lost objective apples. We have taken objective Charlie. We are losing objective Charlie. We have lost objective Charlie.
Fuck.
We have taken objective Charlie. We have lost objective Charlie. We have taken objective butter. We have taken objective Charlie. We are losing objective Charlie. We have lost objective Charlie. We have taken objective apples.
Oh, he's 7 HP.
We have taken objective butter.
Bro, shotguns are so stupid. Like, I'm about to use one too.
We are losing objective butter.
I don't even know why I'm scoping in when this is this freaking shotgun.
We have lost objective butter. The enemy controls all objectives. We have taken objective apples. We have lost objective apples. We have taken objective butter. We have lost objective butter. We have taken objective butter. We have lost objective butter. We have taken objective apples. We have taken objective Charlie. We have lost objective apples.
3v1, guys. 3v1.
losing objective butter. We have lost objective butter. We are losing objective butter. We have lost objective Charlie. We have taken objective apples. We have lost objective apples. The enemy controls all objectives.
Ah, we lose this. We freaking lost it. Hold on. I don't even know what to play right now. 3 a.m. streaming is crazy.
Welcome to Off the Grid. When I started playing Elden Ring Night Rain, I thought it was pretty fun, but nothing incredible. I'll probably get 30 hours out of it, I thought to myself after clearing the final boss. But then, 30 hours turned to 40, 40 turned to 50, and 50 turned to over 100. So, how the hell did that happen? Back in May, I received a review code for Night Rain, and during the early access period, I played every single one of my matches with the Souls-like guy, Iron Pineapple. Because I played every single one of my matches with the Souls-like guy. During the early access period, I played every single one of my matches with the Souls-like guy, Iron Pineapple. Because we share a lot of the same tastes in games, I decided not to make a video after helping him draft his own review because I figured I'd end up writing the same thing. Plus, when I cleared the final Night Lord around the 15-hour mark, I thought I was nearing the end of my experience. I'd seen most of the overworld bosses and explored all of the shifting earths, so outside of wanting to try all the characters and play a bit more with friends on launch, I didn't see a strong reason to stick around. However, after the game came out, I played a lot more. And now I want to talk about it. On one hand, Night Rain is really weird, and looking at it through the wrong lens can make it feel extremely lacking. But on the other hand, I've somehow put more hours into it than most of the games I own on Steam, and it's quickly become one of my favorites of 2025. Maybe even an all-time favorite when it comes to co-op. But don't just take my word for it, all of my friends are complicit in delaying my upload schedule. Night Rain? Want a Night Rain? Night Rain? Night Rain tonight, Queen? Night Rain tonight? Hop on... Whoa. Night Rain? Night Rain? Night Rain tonight, Queen? Night Rain tonight? Hop on... Whoa. Before I enter analysis mode, let me quickly bring anyone unfamiliar with the game up to speed. Night Rain is a spin-off of Elden Ring where you and 2 other players run around a map exploring points of interest like ruins and castles, while fighting enemies and bosses to level up and search for better weapons as a Fortnite-esque circle closes in on you. At the end of the day, you fight a night boss, and if you survive, you run the same loop again for day 2. Beat the second night boss, and you'll enter a final duel against one of 8 Night Lords, which you can select from before the run begins. To keep things fresh, there are also 8 unique characters to choose from, each with their own weapon preferences, passive, character skill, and ultimate. It's part Elden Ring, part roguelike, part speedrun, and part, honestly, there's not much else to compare it to. Well, other than Raven's Watch, but that's for an indie video or something. What I really want to explore in this video is how Night Rain manages to feel so unique and replayable despite a seeming lack of variety. But to get to the heart of what makes the game work, I want to discuss why it doesn't work through the lens of a traditional roguelike. The gold standards in the action roguelike genre are games like Binding of Isaac, Hades, and Enter the Gungeon. These are all games that utilize randomized Isaac, Hades, and Enter the Gungeon. These are all games that utilize randomized map layouts, a huge pool of enemy placements, and countless item synergies to allow for seemingly infinite possibilities. Night Rain doesn't really do that. The main culprit is the map. Outside of the 4 shifting earths that can alter a portion of the map, outside of the 4 shifting earths that can alter a main culprit is the map. Outside of the 4 shifting earths that can alter a portion, main culprit is the map.
I've
Outside
never
of the
seen it
4
like this.
shifting earths that can alter a portion of the map, the overall layout of Limveld is always the same, as opposed to being thrown in a random maze. Certain points of interest are randomized across potential spawn locations, but general topography like cliffs, rivers, spirit springs, the lake, and even the castle are always in the same spot. Night Rain also contains a fairly limited pool of enemies that are preset at every location. If you go into a fire camp with Redmane Knights, every enemy, including the bosses, will always be in the exact same configuration. For every shifting earth except the Rotted Woods, the bosses you encounter are the same every time. When you add these design choices together, Night Rain comes out looking like the same every time. When you add these design choices together, Night Rain comes out looking like a pretty bad roguelike on paper. But then again, FromSoft has been careful to never explicitly call it one. At first, I lamented this lack of roguelikeness, but as I slowly switched from getting led around like a toddler by Pine to playing matches where I was team captain,
What?
led around like a toddler by Pine to playing matches, but as I slowly switched from getting led around like a toddler by Pine to playing matches where I was team captain, I realized that the best part about Night Rain isn't in hoping you'll magically find the right build, it's in planning and executing your route so well that it's nearly impossible to not find a good weapon and good passives and hit max level with runes to spare. Night Rain isn't a roguelike as much as it is a co-op speedrunning simulator where you play a miniature version of Elden Ring every 45 minutes while overcoming hurdles the game might throw your way. Like me! So you're a boss coming hurdles the game might throw your way. Like me!
Quag Orbiter of Contractual Obligation.
So you're a boss now? Watch out! My special attack makes you have no internet on your phone when you travel internationally. Oh, well, that's inconvenient. When you start playing Night Rain, it can feel extremely punishing. You have no idea how strong overworld bosses are going to be, you're struggling to find good weapons, and you're far too weak for the fights you've picked, let alone the Night Lord should you make it to day 3. To give you an example of what I mean, let's look alone the Night Lord should good weapons, and you're far too weak for the fights you've picked, let alone the Night Lord should you make it to day 3. To give you an example of what I mean, let's look at day 1 of my very first. How strong overworld bosses are going to be, you're struggling to find good weapons, and you're far too weak for the fights you've picked, let alone the Night Lord. You have no idea how strong overworld bosses are going to be, you're struggling to find good weapons, and you're far too weak for the fights you've picked, let alone the Night Lord should you make it to day 3. To give you an example of what I mean, let's look at day 1 of my very first run. We spawn in the south of the map, kill the enemies in the starting camp to hit level 2, and then spend some time killing every basic enemy we see on the way to the church northwest of our starting location. This puts us at level 3 by the time we grab the flask charge, at which point we decide to head down to the lake to grab another. Then, still at level 3, we pick a fight with the Ancestor Spirit. It's an exciting battle, but it's just too tough for us at low level with gray weapons. Multiple people go down more than once, and after over 3 minutes of fighting, we're forced to leave without killing the boss as the zone closes in. Nearby is a camp of banished knights, so we kill those, grab our first weapon drop, and head towards the center of the circle at level 5 to fight our first knight boss. Not a great showing.
This dude, Artemis, is probably one of my favorite too. Like, that crow vibe with the sniper is wicked. You got, like, someone else like this dude, which is Ajax.
Now, if I got this map configuration today, well, things would go a bit differently. On that same day 1, I could easily lead a team to beat the starting camp, explore a fort, grab 2 flasks, kill 2 Everjail bosses, clear a chunk of the castle, and 1 or 2 more camps before the night boss, landing us somewhere between level 9 and level 12 with multiple passives and maybe even a decent weapon or 2. Quite the difference, right? But how the hell would I do all of that in the same amount of time? Well, as a man in his garage once said, it's about knowledge. Every single spot on the map has a myriad of details to discover, all of which permanently impact your overall routing ability. In the early stages of the game, you'll likely start learning these details by visiting the same locations more than once, or seeking out big rewards to be better prepared for the Night Lord. For example, the boss drop at an elemental camp is guaranteed to offer 2 weapons of that element. Through this, you'll learn that if the Night Lord is weak to fire, you should probably prepare by going to a fire camp. You've now permanently added a new piece of information to your decision-making process. But the weapons from an elemental camp are only blue. What if you wanted them to be even stronger? Well, if you venture far enough into a mine, you'll find an enemy that's a bit stronger than all the others, and if you kill it, it'll drop a tier 2 smithing stone that can upgrade any blue weapon to purple tier. Now you know that if anyone on your team gets a good blue drop, it might be worth passing through a mine if you find yourself near one. In my own playthrough, I had already beaten the final Night Lord in less than 20 hours, but as I continued to explore Shifting Earths and experiment with new characters and weapons, it quickly became clear that I had barely scratched the surface. A world of knowledge has been beamed into my head over the course of 100 hours, and while I do miss the
Yeah,
early
that's
moments of scrambling around to revive my friends while we scraped through runs with mediocre weapons, I'd argue that in many ways, Night Rain becomes more fun when you get to the point of winning almost every match. Improving your mastery of specific points of interest by repeatedly fighting bosses, internalizing the amount of time they take to complete, and memorizing their potential value completely changes the ways in which you navigate around Limveld. Let's use the large forts as an example, because at first glance, they may seem like a waste of time. They take forever to clear since you have to climb up from the basement, they don't guarantee an elemental weapon that could be useful for the Night Lord, and neither of the two possible boss spawns drop a passive. However, with more experience, forts become an extremely valuable location to visit during the early game. Since you already know where the boss is, and that the enemies aren't worth killing, sprinting straight up the stairs can be done pretty quickly. Before you make it to the boss, which drops a standard blue weapon to kick off your run, you can make a quick detour through a side door to open a chest that usually contains a stone sword key. Once you've killed the boss on the roof, there are 3 more chests to check for more items and a few more chances for a stone sword. Inside the mage tower, you can also activate a map to track scarabs and get 2 or 3 guaranteed staves from the shelf if you're playing a magic character like Duchess or Recluse. Some forts can even be landed on from above using a nearby Spectral Hawk or Spirit Spring, completely eliminating the run up from the basement. Not only does this new knowledge permanently increase the value of visiting a fort, but it also influences your overall planning by allowing you to visit another Everjail and have more time for future points of interest. Churches are also an interesting piece of the puzzle when it comes to pathing, because while they don't require any combat, they're usually scattered across different ends of the map, which means you need to keep them in mind and hit them in between more exciting points of interest to make sure you have enough flask charges by the end of day 2. The excitement of shaving seconds with precise movement or checking every nook and cranny for secrets is also present while moving between points of interest, as knowing the best way to get from any given point A to point B can save you a significant amount of time. Plus, as you move between 2 points, you can take detours to kill scarabs and overworld bosses that aren't marked on the map, visit merchants at their guaranteed spawn locations, or easily snag rare items like stone sword keys, which always spawn in the back of a giant carriage found at certain starter camps. When it comes to the Shifting Earths, completing them for the first time is only the beginning. For a while, I was taking a longer path through Noclateo by running through the side streets on the right and fighting a Black Knife assassin. Until one day, Pine showed me the upper path where you can climb some scaffolding, easily kill a floating enemy for runes, and jump across a few buildings to get to the back significantly faster. But even though I now know the route, there's still an inherent satisfaction in executing it as quickly as possible, especially when it comes to combat. Noclateo revolves around the Estelle fight, which can be pretty tough thanks to his knockups, grabs, and massive ranged attacks.
Goodbye. Got me too. Me and Yucker.
We all died.
Wow. That's actually so bad.
But if your team has good weapons and consistent ranged damage, or if you're all just perfecting the art of the dodge roll, there is real value in killing him as fast as possible. Beating Estelle quickly enough is often the difference between needing to immediately book it out of the city versus having enough time to safely duplicate a weapon and fight a couple extra bosses. The crater's downward spiral is also really fun to run through as quickly as possible. You first have to make some risky jumps onto the overhanging pillars, then work with your team to blitz through the handful of fire bosses, and even split up to insta-kill all of the flame chariots in the final hallway. Also, the bodies you can loot near the flame chariots, as well as in other locations across the shifting earths, are more valuable than ones you find in the overworld, as they have a chance to drop rare and legendary weapons. And that's just a thing you have to figure out, or see in a YouTube video, I guess. Once you visit the rotted woods to figure out, or see in a YouTube video, I guess. Once you visit the rotted woods enough times, you can scout out a couple of trees where the main buff has a chance to spawn, potentially skipping the entire detour to the fort that adds the hint to your map. And while I think the mountaintop can feel lackluster in comparison to the other shifting earths, I do appreciate the concept of the dragon at the top being so difficult that it's almost necessary to build up to the fight by grabbing the guaranteed anti-dragon effects from minor bosses, as well as the major frostbite buff. Maybe the Everdark Sovereign version of Caligo will actually get me excited about the mountaintop again. In addition to learning about the map and shifting earths, you can improve your runs even further by internalizing the mechanics of the Fortnite Storm. When the circle is closing in, if you have enough healing to spare, it's totally viable to run out into the storm to grab an extra flask or rush down a field boss.
I think I have like 60 hours in the game.
Over time, you'll also start to pick up on all of the
Wow.
potential locations where night bosses can spawn, which enables you to be riskier with your routing by guessing where the close and far ends of the circle will be.
Yeah, this video's really good. I'm actually like just listening to everything this guy's saying. What the hell?
Now that I've outlined some of the intricacies of exploration, I want to talk about an aspect of Night Rain that I'm a bit more mixed on: the limited boss pools. One of the game's most frustrating design choices is that the solid selection of 27 different bosses for Night 1 and 2 is heavily restricted based on what Night Lord you choose. Now that I've outlined some of the
This Google thing literally used an insane word in this explanation.
I want to talk about an aspect of Night Rain that I'm a bit more mixed on: the limited boss pools. One of the game's most frustrating design choices is that the solid selection of 27 different bosses for Night 1 and 2 is heavily restricted based on what Night Lord you choose. For example, you can only encounter Dancer of the Boreal Valley if you picked Hjulstor or Caligo for the Night Lord. This issue has gotten significantly worse with the introduction of the Everdark Sovereigns, as running the same 1 or 2 Night Lords for an entire week means fighting the same handful of night bosses over and over and over again. So I think unrestricting this pool would go a long way towards making runs feel more varied. However, that's just the night bosses. The more complicated discussion revolves around the general boss variety in Limveld, which is limited to the point that you can run to any given point of interest and have like a 50% chance of guessing who's gonna be there. The general boss variety in Limveld, which is limited to the point that you can... However, that's just the night bosses. The more complicated discussion revolves around the general boss variety in Limveld, which is limited to the point that you can run to any given point of interest and have like a 50% chance of guessing who's gonna be there. Sometimes 100%. All of the elemental ruins have one boss that can spawn at them, ever. On one hand, I think this limited boss pool is one of my biggest issues with the game. Even I, the fake FromSoft fan, was expecting this to be way more of a weird dimension-hopping crossover with how the early trailers were portraying things, so to see a very limited pool of base Elden Ring bosses, a small handful of Dark Souls bosses, and 2 Shadow of the Erdtree bosses has been disappointing, to say the least. But to flip this idea on its head, the limited boss pool is precisely what allows you to make confident split-second decisions based on the exact amount of time it'll take to clear a point of interest. This system isn't perfect, mind you, but it does end up working far better than you might expect. And one of the key reasons it does work is because bosses maintain their stats at each location, which allows you to internalize the general level you need to be at in order to kill them effectively. Remember when I said only one boss can spawn at the elemental ruins? Well, what this means is that the ruins can be cleared extremely quickly once you become familiar with them. Let's say the second circle is closing in right as you approach a poison camp. You don't need to walk through the front entrance and carefully kill every enemy while trying to figure out where the boss is. Once you memorize the layout, it is very possible to clear the boss before he gets a hit in, grab the reward, and sprint out in less than 20 seconds. When compared to more significant points of interest like shifting earths, ruins are rarely worth going out of your way for. But since there are so many of them scattered across the map, being able to quickly sweep one on your way to a more important objective can make a difference when it comes to runes and boss drops. It's yet another way that every little refinement and piece of knowledge feeds back into your decision-making abilities. However, there's one location that I still feel very torn on, and are, let's say the second circle is closing in right as you approach a poison camp. You don't need to walk through the front entrance and carefully kill every enemy while making abilities.
You don't need to stress out about car insurance. You just go to Insurify.
They can help you save money and headaches. No spam.
However, there's one location that I still feel very torn on, and that is the castle. When I look at Night Rain through the old roguelike lens, the castle is one of its biggest issues. But truly evaluating its function is more complicated than I thought it was 3 drafts of this script ago. If you see the castle during a run, which is any run where you don't have Noclateo, you go, no questions asked. Well, other than, when are we going to the castle? The number of runes and boss drops you can get at the castle is far greater than if you were to try to hit a bunch of camps in the same amount of time. And since it always spawns in the same spot, that also means it's almost always in the second circle. Because the placement of other camps and ruins is semi-randomized, I do think there's value to having a larger, detailed centerpiece. Even on the 30th go-around, Crucible Knights aren't always free kills, and there's a satisfaction that comes from sweeping through all of them as quickly as possible to have more time for a shifting earth on day 2. The throwing pot giants can especially fuck your team over if you're not coordinated and prepared, and there's some real finesse in figuring out how to avoid alerting all of the giants while navigating the walls. My problem with the castle is that there's nothing else to compete with it. If there's no shifting earth, it becomes the only large point of interest. Part of me wishes that there was at least a decision to be made between the castle or another large point of interest, or simply a few more variations if it's gonna be a foregone conclusion the moment I see it on the map. But when it comes to variety between foregone conclusion the moment I see it on the map. But when it comes to variety between runs, I'd say the larger issue actually lies with the Sovereign Sigils shop. As of July 2025, you can spend currency earned from fighting certain bosses to guarantee the spawn of any shifting earth before the match. I'd be cool with purchasing the chance for a shifting earth to spawn, but being able to select a specific one means further crunching down the game's variety in the pursuit of the best possible run, and the perpetrator here is Noclateo. With how strong the Everjail relic is, nothing can compete with running as many Everjails as possible on day 1 and then going straight to Noclateo day 2 for a guaranteed legendary weapon, a buff that revives and powers up the whole team upon death, and the option for everyone to duplicate a weapon. It's so powerful to the point that my friends and I intentionally avoid purchasing Noclateo so that every run isn't a complete stomp. To maintain its
What?
to option for everyone saves and powers up the whole team upon death, and the option for
Where are they at?
everyone to duplicate a weapon. It's so powerful to the point that my friends and I intentionally avoid purchasing Noclateo so that every run isn't a complete stomp. To maintain its speedrunning core, Night Rain has to walk a fine line between keeping runs exciting with randomized elements like Everjails, while also keeping most points of interest consistent, such that a majority of your decisions can feel precise and points of interest consistent, such that elements like Everjails, while also keeping most points of interest consistent, such that a majority of your decisions can feel precise and informed, which is why it's difficult to fully outline how much more variety I'd want. What makes it even more difficult is that there's still an element of informed decision-making to the randomized elements I just mentioned. If you're risking a level 2 Everjail, knowing that the Ancient Dragon and Godskin duo are significantly more difficult than other jail bosses can save you from a potential time sink or team wipe. If you're taking a detour for an overworld boss or hitting the basement in the castle, it's very important to know that location does not equal difficulty. Bosses like the Bell-Bearing Hunter and Deathrite Bird are hitting the basement in the castle, it's very important to know that location does not equal difficulty. Bosses like the Bell-Bearing Hunter and Deathrite Bird are way stronger than others that can spawn in the same spot, and should usually be avoided unless everyone on the team is at a high level with strong loadouts.
Albion Online.
This is Elmer, he turns around.
RPG in which you write your own story instead of
Gulp.
Oh, fuck!
Next up, I want to talk a bit about combat, because despite Night Rain being a spin-off of Elden Ring, I've somehow gone over 20 minutes without discussing, like, the main thing you do in the game. Despite Night Rain being a spin-off of Elden Ring, I've somehow gone over 20 minutes without discussing, like, the main thing you do in the game. Even if we ignore routing and just zoom in on the moment-to-moment gameplay of each fight, familiar bosses can change drastically based on who you're playing, who your teammates are playing, and what weapons you have. Raider can quickly stagger immobile bosses, Iron Eye can hit flying enemies, Recluse can pump out buffs and damage bosses, Iron Eye can hit flying enemies, Recluse can pump out buffs and damage. Like, my ass is complaining about variety, but when it comes to characters, 8x8x8 is 512 potential team compositions, and every single one of them has a different dynamic. In addition to Elden Ring being a fun game to play, it's fun to play fast. Even if you're fighting a relatively easy boss for the 20th time, it's still exciting to see how quickly you can stomp them into the ground. You can use items in the early game, get a bit greedier with your swings, or communicate a combo, like having Duchess restage the damage of Wilder's ult. And the seconds you save in each fight really add up over the course of a run. Plus, while Night Rain doesn't have the traditional build system of a roguelike, rare and legendary weapons can completely redefine your play system of a roguelike, rare and legendary weapons can completely redefine your playstyle and carry a run under the right circumstances.
Die.
Holy fuck.
Die.
Holy fuck. That's an insane amount of damage. Oh my god. What
I'm
the
still going.
fuck?
I'm still going.
What? I have over 100
Wow.
hours in this game, and there are a handful of weapons and spells I've only seen once. Even if you play the same character 2 runs in a row, it's very rare for those 2 runs to feel identical weapon-wise, making Night Rain a great way to experience all of the unique offerings available in Elden Ring, since that game is way too fucking big to play through multiple times. Like, I would have never considered using
I did
the
that.
Visage Shield in the base game, but I picked it up on a whim a few weeks ago and discovered that the fire-breathing skill on it absolutely shreds immobile bosses if you have enough stamina. Needless to say, my team duplicated that shit at the Noclateo altar and stomped the enhanced version of Dark Drift like it was an Iron Pineapple challenge run.
Dude, the funny thing is, like, the guys are dying too.
This is it, baby. That's what I'm
That's
fucking
crazy.
talking about. However, these builds change from character to character, and variety can feel pretty hit or miss depending on who you play. Recluse and Revenant are the two best examples of Night Rain striking a strong balance between keeping the core combat of Elden Ring intact while establishing some great roguelike variety. In addition to the huge assortment of spells, striking a strong balance between keeping the core combat of Elden Ring intact while establishing some great roguelike variety. In addition to the huge assortment of spells and incantations at her disposal, Recluse's magic cocktail is the coolest skill in the game, as the different elements both you and your teammates attack with will actively influence which of the 14 spells you end up casting. Revenant's wacky scalings and awkward FP management often force you to supplement incantations with whatever weapons and items you come across, adding an interesting sense of improvisation that I think could have benefited other characters as well. I'd say characters like Iron Eye and Raider strike decent middle grounds by being able to use multiple types of weapons, but Duchess and Wilder's Remembrance relics cause some issues. Duchess's bonus restage at the end of a dagger chain and Wilder's greatsword exclusive follow-up attack are incredibly powerful and fun to use, but with no alternatives, these characters essentially become restricted to a single weapon type if you're aiming for maximum damage and efficiency. When it comes to randomization though, Night Rain does have one more huge trick up its sleeve that I haven't really discussed yet. It's a freaking multiplayer game! Your teammates are randomized elements. Each group of friends I've played with has completely changed the dynamic based on their level of experience with Souls combat and their knowledge of Night Rain's intricacies. Yet I also don't think it's just the friend factor that makes this game fun, in the way that any game can be fun if you play it with the right people.
Wait, I feel like I don't even know. I think the point of the title is not saying it's a bad game, but it's not a roguelike.
That to experience Night Rain's systems and mechanics at their best, you need to be able to fully communicate with the other two players on your team.
That's pretty hard too.
Necessary, mind you, as the game has been balanced with randoms in mind, but if you're actively communicating with friends, you can swap items on the fly while running, discuss which points of interest to hit next, and even choose boss rewards for others instead of yourself. Once everyone you're playing with is familiar with the game, you can even split up to start bosses early or grab multiple objectives. For example, in this clip, we're moving towards the final zone at the end of day 1, but we might not have enough time for the nearby Everjail depending on what boss spawns. On the way though, we run into a golden hippo. Because we know this is a very easy boss at our current level, my two teammates rush down the hippo while I split off to the Everjail to unlock it so the boss spawns with less health, making it a quicker fight if we come back on day 2. Honestly, it's just nice to have a replayable co-op game that has some challenge to it, because it makes all of this live friendship synergy feel valuable without completely trivializing the experience, and also creates a strong sense of community thanks to the game's emphasis on gaining knowledge. It's exciting to be taught new techniques and secrets through more experienced players or social media posts.
Dude, I saw this, I just couldn't pull it off.
Make a discovery of your own and share it with friends, or show new players the ropes.
Never mind, leave. We're not fighting him.
What? Wait, that guy looked weak.
Playing with friends also means you can fuck around by, say, all choosing the same character, which can inadvertently lead to realizing that there are far more viable strategies in Night Rain than you may think.
Oh, that's crazy.
Because you basically have infinite FP.
Fire Raz!
Oh, there we fucking go. I'm boosting you guys further. There we go, there we go. Okay, beautiful.
That was good.
I thought Dark Drift Knight was the hardest boss in the game until me and a couple friends all picked Raider and beat the absolute shit out of him with jumping heavy attacks. Another time, we tried to self-inflict a challenge run by all picking Iron Eye and refusing to use ranged weapons, only to find that no matter what you do on Iron Eye, that dash and damage mark is busted. And did you know that if everyone picks Revenant, only one of you has to ult for all 3 of your summons to pop their special ability?
Wait, dude, what if it makes them all laser?
It is!
Oh!
They're all using the laser.
Oh my god, that was just my...
Triple convergent laser!
Oh my god!
Wait, this setup is actually busted.
Despite not really focusing on them in my main analysis, I do still want to touch on the Night Lord bosses, as they're one of my personal highlights from this game. Even with over 7... It is! 3 of your summons to pop their special analysis, I do still want to touch on the Night Lord bosses, as they're one of my personal highlights from this game. Even with over 70 wins under my belt, the Night Lords still managed to be exciting by implementing gimmicks perfectly suited for both the co-op environment and the impact of running different weapons and characters. Getting right up in Fardis's face as... Sorry, Fardis? I can't believe they named him Fardis. Sorry. Getting right up in Fardis's face as Raider and kiting Noster around as Iron Eye are basically 2 different fights. Augur has additional spawns like the slow-falling nuke and hordes of jellyfish that can only be dealt with by certain abilities or spells. Libra offers a selection of different deals before his fight, which also changes drastically based on whether or not your team has the ranged firepower to take out his floating sigils. Night Rain has also received a few updates post-launch in the form of the Everdark Sovereigns, stronger versions of the Night Lords with new phases and attacks that add a bit more challenge into the mix, and their weekly releases and reruns have been a great way to give the game an online live service feel in the space leading up to its more significant DLC expansion. Rather than just being a third phase tacked onto the end of each fight, each of the 3 Everdark Sovereigns that have released so far feel super unique. Gaping Jaw's main gimmick is a massive tornado that forces you to move around the boss area differently, while Dark Drift gets a whole new set of moves, including this nuke that you can parry or deflect to look like the coolest fucking guy ever. Sentient Pest flips the entire fight on its head, starting with both bugs merged in their Phase 2 form before splitting up and summoning a third bug that possesses them to modify their attacks. Needless to say, I'm excited for more. Maybe the 3-headed dog will turn into a 4-headed dog. However, even with the introduction of the Sovereigns, my remaining wish is for the option to increase the difficulty of an entire run as opposed to just the final boss. Like I mentioned earlier, this is an extremely fine line to tread. But when you hit the level of game knowledge that comes from 100 hours of play, and you also play with the group that suffered through Reforged Raid mode together, it can actually feel impossible
Wait,
to
where was
lose.
that?
Reforged Raid mode together, it can actually feel impossible to lose, which is why I would love the option to shake things up in a way that would further reward or necessitate intimate map and boss knowledge. I'm sure it's a long shot due to how it would divide up multiplayer queues, but if someone at FromSoft is watching, if you could just add some sort of hard mode or like a Hades style heat modifier for me and my friends, that would be so cool. Despite all of my little issues with Night Rain, I found myself coming back just about every day for the past month and a half, a frequency and total playtime that have far surpassed both my initial expectations and the backlogged review where I gave it 4 stars.
Yeah, okay, this is what I was saying. Like those super-
I mostly rate games and the backlogged review where I gave it 4
So when looking at what's on it,
stars. I mostly rate games based on how much fun I have playing them, so like, I'm changing it to 4.5. Co-op games are fun, speedrunning is fun, Elden Ring is fun, and hitting your friends with attacks to revive them is one of the best co-op mechanics ever made. So I guess this shit works. I really love seeing respected AAA studios take risks with weird experiments and smaller budget titles. So while Night Rain is by no means perfect, I'm very happy that it exists, and I hope to see more projects like it in the future. It's also become my new multiplayer addiction, so let's hope the finality of posting this video will help me get to some of the games in my backlog. Oh, never mind. Thank you for watching my
What?
video. Oh, posting this video will help me get to some of the games in my backlog. Oh, some of multiplayer addiction, so let's hope the finality of posting this video will help me get to some of the games in my backlog. Never mind.
Oh, I got Libra
Thank you for
Demon.
watching my-
I died twice through that guy. It's fucking hard.
What if every use of your debit card turns spare change into something meaningful, like growing your savings and supporting local
Well, you've come to the right place. Yarnum is the home of blood ministration. You need only unravel its mystery. But where's an outsider like yourself to begin? Easy, with a bit of Yarnum blood of your own. But first, you'll need a contract. Good. All signed and sealed.
What was that?
Good. All signed and sealed. Now, let's begin the transfusion. Oh, don't you worry. You may think it all a mere bad dream.
Greetings. I have just come back from the latest hunt, and with it came some reaffirmed feelings and also some hard pills to swallow. Bloodborne is one of those titles that doesn't come very often, and I don't mean in the sense of it being a masterpiece where they've become more common when you combine the
Is that
AAA
John
and
Wick?
indie scene together, but I mean by its status in gaming. Bloodborne is revered by its community, and there are good reasons as to why. It's also a title that is frozen in time, seemingly doomed to stay on the console with an unlikely future of coming onto other platforms. At the time of its release, I didn't have a PS4, but I wanted the game that much that I was willing to buy a console for it. That's how big of a deal it was for me back then. And by that point, I was already hooked on the Souls Kool-Aid. I wanted more games like it. And back in 2015, there still weren't that many options compared to now, and after Dark Souls 2, I was ready for more From Software content. I had seen some very early screenshots back then when it was
Yo, what?
but before
This
that, I
character is
actually
so
thought it
freaking
was Demon
thick.
Souls 2 for some reason. Although little did I know that not only would it be something else different from the Dark Souls lineup, but also one of From Software's most unique titles to date. I had to wait the whole year to get a PS4 for Christmas just to play Bloodborne at its fullest. But throughout that time, I would get some opportunities to play it from a friend of mine who had a PS4. And when I was able to finally dive into it after obtaining my own, I was buried 6 feet under in endlessly glazing the game, where it became more like Glazeborne rather than Bloodborne. It had become my game of the year for
That looks so
2015,
good.
and honestly, it still is. And over the years, I would replay it from time to time because I'd enjoyed it that much. But my last playthrough was an enlightening experience, to say the least. For context here, throughout the years, that is, I'd gotten to play Sekiro, Elden Ring, and its DLC, and I also managed to revisit Demon Souls on the PS3, which is admittedly pretty dated, but also stands out in its own way, where it was more about environmental challenges, the slow but methodical approach to combat, and the arduous journey that one would face throughout each level. Playing those games gave me differing perspectives between each other and allowed me to appreciate the changes brought by them, and they also magnetized things that were wrong with each other. Now, the reason I hadn't talked about Bloodborne earlier in my YouTube, history is because I hadn't played it at the time, and only just now I had gotten through a playthrough from beginning to end, and now I can finally talk about the game with a refreshed perspective, because my previous perspective on the game was somewhat dated, due to, like I said, not playing it for quite some time. And what I can say now is that my opinion on the game has changed in some ways, where it isn't quite the same as it was earlier on during its prime years. To to be very clear, I still love Bloodborne, and I always will. But, man, it does have some problems. And the problems that I have with Bloodborne are the things that make me appreciate games like Sekiro and Elden Ring even more. Where I'm like, thank God they fixed this. Thank God they didn't bring that back. So this isn't really going to be a review or a, oh, this is something that you didn't know about Bloodborne, or here's another way of looking at the game. Everyone else has already done stuff like this for Bloodborne and has dissected the game so much. Instead, I'm just going to give my own honest thoughts and feelings on what I like and didn't like about Bloodborne. So let's get started. Bloodborne, like Dark Souls 1, also has a special relationship with me because of the impact it made on me at the time. Dark Souls 1 provided me a unique experience unlike anything else I'd known back then, and it also showed me that difficult games could actually be fun. That difficult games actually got easier as you took the time to study and master its world and its mechanics. I'm no master on either of these games, or in Bloodborne for that matter, but I can dive into them and complete those games anytime I feel like it. With Bloodborne, the gameplay felt like Dark Souls 1 and yet felt far more aggressive in a way that forced me to break bad habits that I developed from playing 1 and 2. In 1, I played more defensively and passively, waiting for attacks to appear rather than attack. But in Bloodborne, playing defensively made it harder. It was more about being up close and learning to be comfortable with imminent danger. And this was something that really stood out for me in Bloodborne's gameplay. It felt incredibly tight and focused in a similar vein to Sekiro, where instead of
Hey.
being a jack of all trades, it opts for an idea, a vision for a new flavor of combat that was familiar but unique. In Bloodborne, you had the gun and the melee weapon working together. You would use the gun to stun or parry enemies, and the melee weapon to dish out damage and go for viscerals. It was admittedly a struggle to get used to being aggressive and not having the security of a shield or being passive, but Bloodborne gives you not only results from that desire for aggression, but also rewards you even and encourages
Shit,
you
man.
to do one defining thing that incentivizes it more than any other FromSoft game, and that is the rally system that combines with the aggressive gameplay of Bloodborne. So when you take damage, you get a small opportunity to recover health from attacking, and this heavily encourages hit trading, where you take some damage, then you also have a quick successive opportunity to attack back and get the health that you lost back. The rally mechanic and the aggressive gameplay made it so that as long as you could keep a level head after taking damage, you could still pick that health back up and continue fighting, which kept the aggressive loop going. And while you could still be aggressive in the other games, you have to be far more careful because you no longer have the benefit of recovering health unless you count flasks. Bloodborne was all about fast-paced, hyper-aggressive combat where you were punished for keeping your distance and rewarded for taking the fight to the enemies and being up in their face. And I loved the way Bloodborne did that. The rally mechanic is similar to other life drain mechanics or item usages that can be found in other games. Elden Ring technically has it once you have Melania's Rune and the Godskin Swaddling Cloth Talisman, as well as the Blood Tax Ash of War. Liza P also has a similar system, and that's another fantastic game, by the way. Probably the best non-From Software game that I've played so far, honestly. However, there does come a point where the rally system itself gets harder to use, and you can't really rely on it as much anymore, especially in the second half and to some extent in the DLC, because in those parts of the game, the enemies are so punishing with their damage output that playing too aggressively for the sake of getting your health back through rallying becomes way too risky, especially with bosses like Abretus or Orphan of Kos or Ludwig or Lawrence, where they can absolutely nuke your health before you even know it. However, in the first half, the rally mechanic works a lot better. Enemies can still dish out considerable damage, but aren't as overwhelming with their damage outputs, so that you can still afford some aggression and risk. This means that it becomes less useful in the long run, and the reliance of reading attack patterns and tells and dodging becomes more of a priority rather than just simply relying on the rally mechanic where you're always risking taking damage. So I'm 50-50 on the rally system. Some enemies, especially the fights that are just not fun, makes me not rely on it that much because it either punishes me in certain ways that just outright kills me and then I have to do runbacks, or if I go for a rally opportunity, it's then immediately followed by another big devastating attack that takes away a lot of the health that I tried to get back in the first place. So nevertheless, I relied more on just being aggressive, learning to read tells, learning to dodge more efficiently, rather than just using the rally mechanic itself. But that's not to say that it's completely useless, because it can come in clutch at times, and it can help you while you're still being aggressive but smart at the same time, especially in some of the boss fights that I really enjoy, like Ligarius, Ludwig, Maria, Gascoigne, Gorman, and Orphan to a lesser extent. The rally mechanic here can do wonders at times. Then there is the vial system, as in the healing system for this game. In other Souls games, minus Demon Souls, you had Estus flasks, or an equivalent flask like in Elden Ring that would regenerate. In Bloodborne though, you had to replenish your heals, kind of like in Demon Souls, and if you abused them too much, like I did in some fights, guess what? It's time to play Farming Simulator, where you have to either grind echoes to buy vials, or you go to other places where you can get consistent vial drops from enemies. Initially, it's not much of a problem in the first half, but when you start fighting the later bosses that do so much damage on top of the DLC bosses, and with these bosses that can just destroy your health, where you have to constantly heal just to, sustain another attack, you're going to need a good supply of them before attempting another run. The blood vials also add to other existing issues that aggravated me even more during my playthrough, and made the runbacks to bosses even more of a chore than it needed to be. So, like I've said, there are some issues I have with the game, and some of these issues all synergize in a way that I can't really tolerate anymore, especially after coming back to it for so long and after playing games like Sekiro and Elden Ring that didn't make me deal with this sort of shit. So, here are some of the problems. Vial farming, or just the existence of blood vials and how they're implemented in the game, as well as the lack of warping or resetting the area. The hub-based approach similar to the Nexus is cool, like the one from Demon Souls, and it does give you a means to stock up and upgrade when necessary, but the problem is that it forces you every single time to go back there just to go to another location through a warping method. It made sense in Demon Souls because that game operated on a hub-based level structure where each level was its own separate entity and wasn't interconnected like it was in Dark Souls 1, but in Bloodborne, it has Dark Souls 1's level design where the areas are interconnected, save for some exceptions. It is beyond infuriating that I have to suffer through multiple loading screens, not just for farming, but just to go to another area while skipping the point A to point B journey like it's a pilgrimage. I don't know why you couldn't just have the option to reset at the lantern to continue seamless farming like in Dark Souls or in Elden Ring or in Sekiro, or the option to just warp to another place to begin with. What if I didn't need to go to the Hunter's Dream just yet and I just wanted to warp somewhere else to continue, either farming for other things or just to continue progressing through a particular area, and then when I have enough of what I need, I can then go to the Hunter's Dream. But in this game, I just have the Hunter's Dream. The lanterns only take me there, and from that point on, I have to go to the gravestones to go to another different area, and this means I have to go through 2 loading screens every time, and I'm sick of it. And this is coming from someone that's played this game multiple times. I've platinumed it on PS4, and every time I play Bloodborne, this problem just gets worse and worse, and it made me appreciate the fact that Sekiro and Elden Ring brings back warping. It brings back the option to reset the area to continue farming, so I don't have to go somewhere else just to continue farming in that area. Now, someone might say that it's for lore reasons, but sometimes the lore and mechanics and the intuitiveness of gameplay can overlap at the expense of a more enjoyable and seamless experience that was realized in Dark Souls 1 and 2, Sekiro, and Elden Ring. And when lore makes a part of the gameplay more tedious than it needs to be, just for the sake of continuity, then the lore surrounding it should be changed or altered. I could reset and warp at the bonfires, or the Site of Grace, or the Sculptor's Idol. I could level up in those places, save for in Dark Souls 2, all the while engaging in the world
Hold up.
at the same time. Where in Bloodborne, the hunter's dream is the source of my leveling, and also the source of fast traveling, all at the cost of 2 loading screens. Which one do you prefer at this point? Which method is more intuitive and doesn't break up the gameplay as much? You decide, because I already have my own opinion about it. And even with the Bold Hunter's Mark, that's still another loading screen that you have to go through. And then to keep that consistent progress of using the Bold Hunter's Mark to stop yourself from going to the Hunter's Dream, you have to go to the Hunter's Dream to buy more Bold Hunter Marks to then repeat this process. And throughout this whole time, you're still going through multiple loading screens. So, one for the Hunter's Dream and the other to go back to the place you visited. And then when you use the Bold Hunter's Mark, it activates the loading screen. Then when you activate the lantern, you go back to the Hunter's Dream, another loading screen, and then back to where you came from, which is another loading screen. This game just loves loading screens, and I absolutely hate it at this point. I'm sick of it. I'm so sick of doing this shit. Like, Sekiro and Elden Ring didn't make me go through loading screens to this degree when I'm grinding for stuff that I need to progress further. Now, if they ever remaster Bloodborne or Sekiro and Elden Ring didn't make me go through loading screens to this degree when I'm grinding for stuff that I need to progress further. Now, if they ever remaster Bloodborne or remake it, I hope that they fix this sort of shit so that it makes it less tedious and I can focus more on the best parts of the game, because the best parts of the game is not the loading screens. I can tell you that much. For me, at this point, it's just unnecessary extra steps that I just cannot tolerate anymore. And I hate grinding for vials. And it's worse since not every enemy drops them. And if blood vials are the main source of healing that is taken from enemy blood, which I'm assuming is the case when you kill enemies, hence, with blood vials, then shouldn't every enemy be dropping blood for vials to begin with? Maybe this idea wasn't as well realized as
What
they
the
thought
fuck?
when they were making the game. Maybe instead they could have done something like, say, limit the amount of vials you have, but make it so that the vials can be replenished from enemy kills. That way you can still keep going through the loop. And this would negate the necessity to grind for vials every time, where you're consistently killing enemies while restocking on vials that you need to save for the boss fights. I mean, there could have been other ways of just implementing a healing system, but at least it would have been one way to prevent you from wasting precious echoes that you could use for leveling, or other items that you can use instead of more healing items. But that's just how I feel about it. Everyone may have a different opinion on this, but for me, I'm just tired of farming vials. I don't want to farm vials ever again. Moving on from all that, let's talk about some of the other things, like, say, the content overall. It's pretty mixed here. In terms of the story and the lore and the atmospheric set pieces and the setting itself, it is amazing. I love it so much. It has differing themes that works well in Bloodborne's fashion of gothic and Victorian aesthetics, the blend of action and cosmic horror. One comment I vaguely remember reading, I can't remember if it
What
was
is Primal?
exactly as it says what I'm about to say, but it's that the first half of Bloodborne's story is like Edgar Allan Poe, and the second half is like H.P. Lovecraft. The game flips the script on you halfway through, where you're not just dealing with a beast hunt anymore, but something far worse as you discover what's really going on. A beast hunt anymore, but something far worse as you discover what's really going on. The first half experience is fantastic. Yharnam is such a well-designed place with lots of interconnectivity that reminded me of Dark Souls 1's level design with the Undead Burg. But the second half for me personally has more moments of frustration, annoyance, rather than enjoyment and excitement as to explore the places further. Thematically, though, it's amazing. Gameplay-wise, though, it gets to a point where I just want to wrap things up here quicker, because the levels just don't really feel as fleshed out or not quite as interesting to explore, and the enemies aren't as interesting or as fun to fight for that matter. And some of the bosses at this phase aren't that enjoyable either. And that's another thing. The boss roster and quality overall isn't as consistent as I
Bro,
would
there's so
like
many
it to be
sexual
when you
stuff.
take
It's
the
not
DLC
not
out of the
cool.
equation, especially, where the DLC has arguably the best bosses in the entire game. Mikolash is an annoying fight and is even worse than the DLC. The one Reborn is just a giant heap of fight and is even worse than the DLC. The one Reborn is just a giant heap of flesh that's just way too big for the camera, although I do appreciate the nod to the Tower Knight fight from Demon Souls. Abritus is thematically awesome with a great soundtrack behind it, but for me, a lot of the times, it's just a miserable fight, even in spite of the mechanical depth that she has. And don't even get me started on her version in the Chalice dungeon. There are a few bosses that I enjoyed fighting in the main game. Cleric Beast is a great starting boss to get you warmed up in the type of combat that you're about to experience. Gascoigne evens the playing field, showing you what a hunter-style boss fight is going to be like, and it raises the stakes with his transformation. Ligarius was a fun and intense fight that punished distancing. Gurman was a fantastic final boss. That's one of my personal favorites in the game. But other than that, a lot of the bosses were either just okay, somewhat decent, or some were just like, thank God that's over. Whether they were just boring or unfun to fight. In the case of the DLC, I still think it's one of the best DLCs From Software has done and has the best boss fights in the entire game, like I said. Ludwig, Maria, and Orphan are the best Bloodborne bosses, period. They are uniquely difficult and relatively fair bosses that you can always keep up with, that test your boundaries of pressure play unlike any other boss in Bloodborne. And every time that I do beat them, I do feel immense satisfaction, although with Orphan, I feel satisfaction for a different reason, which I'll get into later. I always look forward to fighting Ludwig and Maria in particular when I play through Bloodborne. But fights like Abritus, Dark Beast Pal, and to some extent Orphan of Kos are fights that I dread doing, but feel immense satisfaction finishing so that I don't have to worry about them again in the playthrough. These sorts of bosses each have their own unique problems, but also their own depth of mechanics. And the problems that make it hard to get into the fun zone of Bloodborne's hyper-aggressive combat also for me diminishes the fun that I have overall when I play the game. With Abritus, the hitboxes are cursed, her charge attack is one of the most bullshit moves I've ever experienced in the game. I either get really lucky and dodge all the charge attacks, or I get enough distance where she just misses on her final attack during the charge. She hits like a truck, makes you waste more vials if you get hit too often, just so that you don't get killed in the next hit. Misses on her final attack during the charge. She hits like a truck, makes you waste more vials if you get hit too often, just so that you don't get killed in the next hit. And when you get stuck on bosses in the Souls games, you generally have that security of replenished healing items. Even in the Elden Ring DLC with the final boss, I never had to worry about healing items. All I had to worry about was just mastering the boss and its mechanics. But in Bloodborne, if I run out of vials, I then have to go farm for more. That way I can focus on healing at times when it's absolutely necessary. And if I run out of heals, I then have this annoying cycle of going elsewhere farming, loading times, back to the area after loading time, go down to wherever I need to go to get to the boss, repeat until I finally beat it. It's just a far more repetitive and annoying way of going through this trial and error method. Whereas in Elden Ring, no matter how hard it got, I never had to worry about those extra steps. Although in saying that, Abritus, like I said, with her theme and her thematics, is amazing. And when you do get a handle of when to punish and when to position, it does make for one of the better bosses in the main game. With Dark Beast Pal, the camera just doesn't really work here compared to some of the other bosses. He is way too large, and his constant movements make it difficult to position properly with lock-on, so not using it and fighting without the camera lock-on makes the fight easier. And don't even get me started on lore in Dark Beast.
Hey, if you live in one of these cities right here, why don't you own an apartment building? Seriously, let me show you a path that could absolutely change your life and unlock financial...
Who is even worse. In fact, some of the Chalice versions are just more miserable versions to fight compared to the main game versions. In my playthrough at this time, I didn't unfortunately go through all of the Chalice bosses, but there were some standouts like the Yharnam Queen, the Bloodletting Beast, and the Watchdog. As for the rest though, they're either forgettable or are just more frustrating than fun to fight. And Chalice dungeons in general are a part of the game I never really enjoyed that much, and with the emulation, I wasn't able to fully utilize its online capabilities, which was unfortunate. Then there is the matter of Orphan of Kos. Man, I never really enjoyed that much, and with the emulation, I wasn't able to fully utilize its online capabilities, which was unfortunate. Then there is the matter of Orphan of Kos. Man, this fight, which was unfortunate. unfortunate. Then there is the matter of Orphan of Kos. Man, this fight. I'm pretty conflicted with Orphan of Kos, to be honest with you, even though I think this is still an amazing fight. Because I can see the brilliance of Orphan of Kos and also the aspects that make this fight very frustrating. I know some people have considered this guy to be the best final boss or the best DLC final boss. I wish I could feel the same way. I agree that he's the hardest boss in the game. I agree that he's one of the hardest bosses From Software has done, but I don't necessarily agree that he's the best final boss or best boss in Bloodborne, because how I feel after beating him is completely different compared to beating someone like, say, Ludwig or Gurman or Maria. With Ludwig, I felt like the fight was difficult while still being fun to get into. With Orphan, he was difficult, annoying, frustrating, wildly unpredictable, and janky with certain animation changes that would completely screw me over during a close victory or moments where I thought I could go in for a safe punish, and then suddenly he just does this random lightning quick attack that I had absolutely no time to react to or prepare for. And these things collectively makes the fight with Orphan not as enjoyable compared to a fight with, say, Ludwig or Maria. The worst part about this is that thematically it's an amazing fight, and it's a fight I really want to like more than I actually do. You find this dark and terrible secret in the DLC, and it delves further into the lore and the mythos of Bloodborne. However, fighting Orphan is something I know I want to get over with sooner, so that I can move on with the rest of the game. When I was fighting Orphan, I was reminded of Consort Radahn and how I felt fighting him, and while I get that final bosses are supposed to be hard, it should feel more like a rewarding challenge and not like a punishment, where you're either dealing with anime level attacks that your character can barely keep up with, or janky animations with inconsistent hitboxes that destroy your health. Orphan, though, compared to Consort, is still very satisfying to beat, a bit more so than Consort himself. Orphan and Consort were really the only fights in the From Software series that genuinely had my heart pumping due to the intensity displayed in those fights, how much they demanded from me and how much they forced me into being comfortable with imminent danger up close. And yet, at the same time, I get the feeling of both satisfaction and relief. And when I think of bosses like Lord Ishin, Slave Knight GAEL, Ludwig, or Maria, I always look forward to retrying them. I question to myself, what other ways could I fight these bosses? But when I think of bosses like Consort Radahn or Orphan of Kos, I think to myself, how much fun am I having with this fight? What is the easiest and most optimal way of beating them? I don't like asking myself these questions. I really want to enjoy fighting them, but I can't because of some of the underlying problems with their patterns, their tells, and their mechanics that just makes them more frustrating for me than it is with, say, other bosses where I actually enjoy fighting them, even if they're more complex mechanically speaking, but still offering me a more fun fight than what these two bosses offer. Ultimately, fights them, even if they're more complex mechanically speaking, but still that just makes them more frustrating for problems with their patterns, their tells, and their how much fun am I having with this fight? What is the easiest and most optimal way of beating them? I don't like asking myself these questions. I really want to enjoy fighting them, but I can't because of some of the underlying problems with their patterns, their tells, and their mechanics that just makes them more frustrating for me than it is with, say, other bosses where I actually enjoy fighting them, even if they're more complex mechanically speaking, but still offering me a more fun fight than what these two bosses offer. Ultimately, fights like Orphan and Consort are just fights that make me feel satisfaction and relief after I beat them, while the excitement and anticipation for those fights is non-existent because I'm dreading the fact that I'm going to have to go through these fights if I want to close the book on the DLCs. And I also know that during these fights, I'm going to experience more frustration than genuine enjoyment of experimenting in the fights and also playing around with them. However, in saying that, they're not necessarily bad bosses, they're just very frustrating for me, and I'm aware that there are more optimal ways of beating them more efficiently on the DLCs. And I also know that during these fights, I'm going to experience more frustration than genuine enjoyment of experimenting in the fights and also playing around with them. However, in saying that, they're not necessarily bad bosses, they're just very frustrating for me, and I'm aware that
This is
there
a
are more
very game.
optimal ways of beating them more efficiently is I don't find them as fun as the other bosses, and having those optimal measures of executing better executions in these fights would just reinforce my desire to get the fights over with quicker rather than treat the fights I enjoy the most like a sandbox of boss combat. And when I think on Bloodborne's overall boss quality, it's pretty short compared to some of the other games in the From Software lineup. Even with Elden Ring's massive roster where it's more quantity than quality, there are still more quality bosses than what you have in Bloodborne's base game and its DLC. Even Dark Souls 3 has an overall more consistent roster of main game bosses and DLC bosses, and yet when the highs of the highest boss fights in Bloodborne reach the summit, they reach the goddamn peak of that mountain. Because bosses like Ludwig and Maria and Orphan to an extent really do outshine every other boss in Bloodborne overall. And I still think they're some of the greatest bosses that From Software has done, despite some of the frustrations that they each have. As for Lawrence as a boss, amazing theme. That's followed by a fight that I hate, even more than Orphan. I don't enjoy this fight at all. And then there's Living Failures. For me, overall, the boss quality in Bloodborne is not as good as I remembered. Very few actually stood out to me in the base game, and the best ones are in the DLC, which carries a lot of the game's overall quality, if I'm being honest. What holds this flawed masterpiece, though, is in the other aspects that I love about the game, the things that gave me that unique experience that some of the other FromSoft games didn't. The main reason why I rank Bloodborne higher than Dark Souls 3 is the same reason I appreciate Dark Souls 2 so much as a game. It tries to do something different from its predecessor, and the efforts made in Bloodborne led to one of the most unique combat systems that I've experienced in an action game. The fusion of melee and gun combat
That looks so
in a
fun.
Victorian and Gothic setting with the aggressive approach to the combat is just amazing. Every weapon you have feels unique, and you can't really go wrong with your choices, generally speaking, because they all work in service of the same aggressive style combat. The Gothic and the Victorian aesthetics, like I said, along with the Lovecraftian atmosphere and the world building, is so damn cool. And the drip that you have in Bloodborne is insane here. But at the same time, there are some sacrifices that come along with this Victorian drip. The environments of the areas in Bloodborne do generally become the same-ish, where I start missing some of the color and locale variety from Dark Souls 2 and Elden Ring. I also miss the build variety that you had in Dark Souls 2 and Elden Ring, where a player could truly stand out from the rest, regardless of the statistics. But with Bloodborne, even with your efforts to mix and match with the weapons and the armor, everyone eventually just ends up looking the same, and whatever weapon you do use is still in service of the game's aggressive melee-based combat system. For some people, it's a small price to pay for the game's unique combat, but for someone that has done multiple playthroughs, I don't really get that much mileage out of it compared to those two games. Bloodborne was a game that I glazed throughout the years. I even said that it was the best From Software game for a long time. But after experiencing games like Sekiro and Elden Ring and Dark Souls 3, and revisiting Bloodborne with my recent playthrough, I'm not really so sure anymore. The quality of life changes that came from Dark Souls 3 and Sekiro and Elden Ring made going through certain parts of Bloodborne more aggravating than before. Not being able to respec sucked, and I was missing the verticality of Sekiro and the complete feeling of build expression found in Elden Ring, on top of the color and locational variety that you had along with it. With this collectively speaking, this makes me like Bloodborne less than those other games. And the thing is, I still love Bloodborne as a game, and I always will. I start missing some of the color and locale variety from Dark Souls 2 and Elden Ring. I also miss the build variety that you had in Dark Souls 2 and Elden Ring, where a player could truly stand out from the rest, regardless of the statistics. But with Bloodborne, even with your efforts to mix and match with the weapons and the armor, everyone eventually just ends up looking the same, and whatever weapon you do use is still in service of the game's aggressive melee-based combat system. For some people, it's a small price to pay for the game's unique combat, but for someone that has done multiple playthroughs, I don't really get that much mileage out of it compared to those two games. Bloodborne was a game that I glazed throughout the years. I even said that it was the best From Software game Sekiro and Elden Ring and Dark Souls 3 and revisiting Bloodborne with my recent playthrough, I'm not really so sure anymore. The quality of life changes that came from Dark Souls 3 and Sekiro and Elden Ring made going through certain parts of Bloodborne more aggravating than before. Not being able to respec sucked, and I was missing the verticality of Sekiro and the complete feeling of build expression found in Elden Ring, on top of the color and locational variety that you had along with it. With this collectively speaking, this makes me like Bloodborne less than those other games. And the thing is, I still love Bloodborne as a game, and I always will, and I want to make that clear again. But I can't really see it as this perfect chiseled masterpiece anymore because it's just not. It never has been. And people in the From Software community still glaze the living shit out of this game. And this is coming from someone that used to do the same thing. And like I said, playing it again made me appreciate the things that the later titles added even more. And even in spite of the issues that I had with Shadow of the Erdtree's DLC on top of Elden Ring's base game, to be honest with you, I got more out of that game overall than I did with Bloodborne recently, which is why I can't say that Bloodborne is my favorite game in the From Software lineup anymore. It just isn't. It's still in my top 3, but it's not number 1. Sorry, Bloodborne, but it's gonna go to Elden Ring. Now, does this make it a worse game though? No, of course not. I still have favorites. I'm always gonna have favorites, even though I know that there are games out there that are better than them. I know that I can still see myself playing Bloodborne in the future, same as with, Dark Souls 3 and Sekiro and Elden Ring that are also my favorites alongside Dark Souls 1 and 2. In fact, a lot of them are among my favorite games of all time, but we're just talking about which one's my favorite more so. However, it's saying that Bloodborne and Dark Souls 1 are very unique in terms of my favorites because of the impact and experiences I've gained from those two games. Even though I know that I like Elden Ring a lot more as a game, same as with Sekiro. And even in spite of all that, I still rank Bloodborne very high, and it's still in the top 3 because of its unique combat system as well, and also because of the unique experience, like I've said. It gave me that similar feeling that I experienced in Dark Souls 1, where it felt like something new. It felt fresh. Bloodborne challenged my habits and forced me to adapt to new challenges in a way that Dark Souls 1 and 2 couldn't at the time. It still has amazing atmosphere and compositions and the music. The trick weapons and the aggressive movement felt like an angrier and faster version of Dark Souls 1's combat. Bloodborne is truly one of those lifetime games that holds reverence for so long and yet so much contention at the same time, while as you peel the onion layers, you see more flaws that come along with it when you contrast the experience of Bloodborne with the later titles that add more quality of life improvements and features that make playing those games easier than revisiting Bloodborne. And since experiencing Bloodborne, I had wanted for more Bloodborne-like experiences, and we've got a few of them nowadays, with varying qualities, of course. Lies of P, I feel, is really the only one that can contend somewhat with Bloodborne while still improving some of the gameplay aspects that make some aspects of Lies of P better than in Bloodborne. There are a lot of other things that I could talk about with the game, and things that have already been regurgitated about Bloodborne for the past 10 years, but I just wanted to let my feelings out for this and just have more of a emotive sort of take on the game, and think of the things that rung out to me the most. And again, I can definitely see myself playing Bloodborne again in the future, just not on the emulator, because I had an awful time for the most part, even though a lot of the fights and the boss fights ran fine. Would I like to see a remake? To be honest, I would. I didn't feel like it needed one at the time, but if they do it while fixing some of the issues pertaining the traveling and the loading times, adding a respec option so that your character can experience different builds in the same playthrough, as well as further realizing the aggressive based gameplay, then yeah, I would definitely be on board with that for sure. But at this point, we are still talking about symptoms of Bloodbornium, copes and dreams. Something that we're still doing 10 years later. Talking about one of From Software's best titles, a game that is still one of the best action games of all time. Bloodborne, despite my feelings, good or bad, is still an amazing, brilliant, flawed, and satisfying game that still shines like a full moonlit sky. Stay safe, everyone, and thank you for watching.
I really just listened to that as background noises. Is this not the same game? Yeah, I can't play this version, it seems like. Let's keep watching this.
Press causes Vought to fire him from the Seven and banish him to Ohio, aka the 10th Circle of Hades. This is the first time Deep's character is ever really explored in any capacity, and we find out that he has gills and is super insecure about them. One day he brings home a girl who asks to see the gills, and he's really not comfortable with it, but eventually takes off his shirt, and she starts aggressively fingering them while throwing him down onto the couch. He tells her he wants her to stop, and she calls him a freak and continues. I don't really know how she managed to keep him pinned down, considering she's just a normal human and he has, super strength, but I'm not here to victim blame. The point is, he got raped, and to the show's credit, this is not depicted as anything other than traumatizing and horrific, which is more than can be said about a certain episode in season 4. What I take issue with is how the rest of this is dealt with by the show. Like I kind of touched on in passing already, the insecurity he has for his gills is eventually handled when the cult people will get him high on shrooms and don't let him leave his room until he hashes things out with them. The gills now being able to speak to him and the voice of Patton Oswalt, thanks to the fact that, again, he's high as a kite. None of the scenes with them actually take the time to explore his inner psyche, nor do they even acknowledge the fact that this deformity of which he's so ashamed was recently the subject of a severely traumatic experience. Instead, they talk about finger-banging a kindergarten teacher behind the bleachers, and then they sing "You Are So Beautiful" until he comes to accept them as part of his body. Everything I need. There is one thing these scenes touch on in passing that might have actually been used to facilitate an arc for him going forward, which is that his insecurity about the gills is what causes him to treat women the way that he does. He's afraid they'd laugh at him if they saw them, so he makes sure to humiliate them before they ever get the chance. You could have used this in the fact that he literally experienced the same thing he did to Starlight as a means of character growth, where he becomes a better person who genuinely seeks redemption and forgiveness from the people he's wronged. But the show just drops this. He goes back to the Seven and immediately becomes Homelander's yes man again. He's still a womanizing piece of shit, and he hasn't learned a damn thing. Deep has never been a good character, not even in season 1. And now we're 4 seasons in, and not a single thing.
This game looks so
I don't think it would be
good.
that big a deal if he was a minor character who showed up every once in a while, but he's one of the main villains on this show. And like I said, they devote a lot of screen time to him that just isn't justified. I will say A-Train gets it much better, because at least in seasons 2 and 3, he's not really badly written so much as they just don't seem to know what to do with his character. But they don't want to get rid of him because, again, he's the villain who killed Huey's girlfriend, so there needs to be some sort of resolution to that rivalry. But they wanted to wait to do that for later on in the show, I guess. So for these 2 seasons, he's just kind of there. He's having heart problems. That's basically it. In season 3, his brother Nate talks to him about how he could be doing more for the black community by speaking out against a racist soup named Blue Hawk, and when A-Train tries to do it the corporate way and not actually get his hands dirty, nothing gets accomplished, and Blue Hawk ends up crippling his brother for life. This causes A-Train to brutally murder him out of revenge, but obviously that isn't doing anything to address the core of the issue, so it doesn't make anything better, as Nate is quick to point out. This is something, I guess, but it really isn't much, and it kind of doesn't go anywhere after this. To be fair, this and season 4 do touch on his role as an African-American superhero, and what that means when Vought only wants to use his race to pander to a demographic rather than actually bother to represent them genuinely. They have A-Train being forced to do this white savior movie where Will Ferrell plays a coach who pulls him out of the ghetto and inspires them to become a hero. That and a multitude of other factors is
Will
what
Ferrell.
finally pushes A-Train into betraying Homelander and helping the boys take him down. Something that was pretty obviously always going to happen, but again, they wanted to wait a bit to keep that drama between him and Huey going while he sat on the fence for way longer than he probably should have.
Whoa.
It became clear in season 3 that he was gonna die inevitably once Homelander had his fun with him. That should have been when he turned. And actually, I think it
Don't really want to. Okay, I'll just
would have been way stronger as a character
put it
decision
background
to
noise.
do it when he was at his weakest and most vulnerable, rather than wait for season 4 when he had a brand new heart. But they didn't do that. Credit where it's due, though, the arc they send A-Train on in season 4 is pretty neat. There's this particularly nice scene where he has to rush MM to the hospital after he has a panic attack, and when he does, a kid sees him, smiles in awe, and he rushes off. It's the first time he's ever actually done something truly heroic without any other motivation than to help someone, and without all the lights and cameras focused on him, and it makes him feel really good to have done the right thing and inspired that young boy. As for his relationship with Huey, I also think that what they did here was very mature, and my only real complaint would be that they had these characters meander in limbo for 2 seasons before ultimately reaching this point. Enough time has passed and enough things have happened now that Huey is finally at a place where he can forgive A-Train for Robin after seeing that he's turned over a new leaf and is really trying to help. Their dynamic perfectly mirrors that of Butcher and Homelander, who seem forever locked in this rivalry that can only end one way.
Well, what if we share a different destiny? Scorched Earth. Shock and awe.
Sorry to interrupt, but this is important. The shooter who murdered my sweet little Daniel brought a highly lethal weapon.
Blood and bone.
But where Butcher is ultimately going down a destructive path that'll get him killed and accomplish nothing, Huey is able to finally let go of his demons and grow as a person. It's similar to the arc he went on in Season 1, but I don't think he can ever truly let go unless he's forgiven A-Train, and now he has. Also, I say again, I don't know exactly what they plan to do with Butcher, so it might be Butcher also breaks free of this cycle like Huey does, but like I said, I really just have no idea what they're going for on that front anymore. Black Noir was a big disappointment. I know in the comics they do some crazy storyline where it turns out Noir was actually a Homelander clone all along who was made as a contingency for if Homelander ever became too much to handle, and then he ended up actually being far more unhinged and was actually the one who raped Becca, and I'm not suggesting they should have adapted that faithfully. That's fucking stupid and it would never have worked. But I do really dig the idea that of all the other superheroes in the show, Noir is the only one who can physically stand against Homelander. He's sort of shrouded in mystery for the first couple of seasons. Never have worked. But and I'm not suggesting he ended up actually being far more unhinged and was actually the one who never have worked. But I do really dig the idea that of all the other superheroes in the show, Noir is the only one who can physically stand against Homelander. He's sort of shrouded in mystery for the first couple of seasons, which only adds to the intrigue, because you have no idea how powerful he is. For all we know, he's the only one strong enough to meaningfully hurt Homelander, and one of the only ones durable enough to take the brunt of his attacks without immediately dying. We don't know exactly how strong he is, but we know he took Kimiko down in like 5 seconds flat, and we know that other than Homelander and the other major players like Soldier Boy and Stormfront, Noir is the only soup that the boys absolutely do not want to fuck with. Translucent is attacking Huey at work? No problem, I'll just hit the fucker with my car and 1v1 him with nothing but a crowbar. Black Noir has tracked me to my house and is waiting outside to kill us. Better call the fire department and falsely report a gas leak in the neighborhood just to buy ourselves a few hours to figure out what the fuck we're gonna do about it. There are also strong implications that at least some aspects of his comic book counterpart are true here too. It's hinted at and then directly confirmed by a spin-off show in an episode that is considered canon that Noir's entire purpose is to closely monitor Homelander to make sure he doesn't step out of line.
If Mr. Edgar believes Black Noir can teach me...
Noir is not there to teach you. He is there to watch you. Make sure you follow the script. Make sure you don't screw up and embarrass the company. And bring you in. If you do.
He's the only one of the soups who answers directly to Edgar, to the point where he wears a body cam and Edgar watches him every time he goes out and does anything. So you'd think if any of the soups on this show stands even a chance of beating Homelander, it'd be this guy, right? Nope. The thing I just mentioned about him being specifically loyal to... Nope. The thing I just mentioned about him being specifically loyal to Edgar makes it weird that he would just stand by while Homelander ousts Edgar as CEO of Vought and gets him sent to prison, so already with just that move, anything I thought I understood about his character just went out the window. We find out he used to be part of Soldier Boy's team back in the 80s, and that Soldier Boy violently abused him at several points. So when he finds out Soldier Boy is alive and out to that Soldier Boy violently abused him at several points. So when he finds out Soldier Boy is alive and out to kill all of his old team for selling him out to the Russians, he freaks out and goes into hiding. Makes sense, he's having a natural response to his trauma by not wanting to face Soldier Boy. I hope they give that some kind of resolution. They do this thing where, in order to show us his inner thoughts, we see what he always sees. A bunch of talking cartoon animals egging him on to face up against Soldier Boy. And it's abundantly clear from the side of this just how damaged his psyche really is. I actually like this a lot. But then, after they talk him into it, he goes back to the tower, and Homelander confronts him about the fact that Soldier Boy just revealed himself to be his father, making him no longer sure if he wants to kill him. He asks Noir if he knew, and apparently taking his silence as confirmation, even though Noir is literally always quiet, he kills him. That's it. He never faces Soldier Boy. There's no resolution to his trauma or any kind of arc. He's just dead. And to add insult to injury, the cartoon animals show back up and say this.
Soon you'll be in the sweet embrace of Christ the Lord.
Like, I guess this is supposed to be funny, because if it's supposed to be sad like you'd naturally expect, then I don't know what to make of that line. It seemed intentionally written and delivered that way for the sake of comedy, but that completely undermines not only the impact fact of his death, but also the sadness of the fact that these cutesy little animals only exist because of how deeply alone and scared Noir must always feel. They're a testament to how mentally broken he is, and they show up in his final moments of life to make a funny joke for the audience. I don't understand the show's obsession with all these characters being nothing but jokes. Speaking of which, this is what they decide to do with him in Season 4. Since his whole persona was just the mysterious silent ninja in the first 3 seasons,
Oh, this is
Vought
free?
decides to just have an actor sit in on all the 7 meetings and just pretend to be him. For the first little bit, he just sits there silently like you'd expect. 7 meetings. Ninja in the first 3 seasons, Vought decides to just have an actor sit in on all the 7 meetings and just pretend to be him. For the first little bit, he just sits there silently like you'd expect, making it feel like nothing's really changed and that his presence is still felt. But then they decide to do the big reveal.
Yo, what the fuck? That was so fucked up, you guys.
The dead speak! His whole deal is that he's an actor trying to figure out the character, and all he does across the entire season is vent his frustration that Noir is so hard to act for because he was so enigmatic.
Look, I'm on an island here. Okay, I have questions, but I'm not allowed to speak. I hate Saki. But I'm supposed to follow some stupid black ninja bullshit, which makes no goddamn sense, by the way. You ever meet a black ninja? Like, Noir lives in a ninja dojo apartment. But best I can tell, he didn't know karate. I need some intentionality here. I'm just having trouble with Noir's motivation, you feel me? You didn't hire me to stand around like a fucking oak tree.
What do you need?
Some direction.
I thought we weren't killing the guys today.
I just feel like I'm not getting clear direction for this role.
Shut the fuck up, Noir, and everyone take your seats.
And this is just, it's the only joke for the whole season. They also have this really weird thing where Deep tells him the reason Noir loved killing so much was because it made him horny. So if he wants to channel his energy, he needs to let himself get turned on anytime he commits murder. The resolution to this is he kills someone and it gets a boner, and he and the Deep are like, bro. This is a real show that exists. By the way, is now a good time to talk about the show's obsession with making all the villain characters fucking freaks in the sheets? Because they do that with, like, every single one of them. Obviously, there's the Homelander drinking breast milk thing and his general mommy issues vibe that's been a thing since Season 1. Like I said, they've amped that up to the point of cartoonish insanity the longer the show has gone on. Last season, he was drinking a bucket of milk straight from a cow. This season, they introduce a big-breasted right-wing nut job who's slavishly devoted to him, and so she's taken medication that allows her to produce breast milk even though she's not pregnant. But Homelander isn't the only one. Like I said, Deep likes to fuck fish. This is, again, something that's been a thing since Season 1.
I like you too. You know that. Let's not, rush into anything too fast. Okay. If I just touch it, will you shut up?
And in this season, they gave him an octopus girlfriend played by Tilda Swinton. Yes, really. Ashley and the news reporter have just way too much to unpack. And don't even get me started on her dynamic with Tech Knight. We're not ready to get into that episode quite yet. All the main good guy characters have normal vanilla sex lives with the exception of Frenchie. But even then, his more out there kinks are mainly linked to his time working for the bad guys. So it still kind of feels like only the villains are allowed to be sexually deviant.
What the fuck?
Gobbles that vagina right up. Nom 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 nom.
It's like the people behind the show think the best way to signify that someone isn't right in the head is if they are even slightly kinky, and I'm not sure what they're trying.
It's funny.